Letter CCXIX. London, March 22, 1758. My dear friend, I have now your letter of the 8th lying before me, with the favorable account of our progress in Lower Saxony and reasonable prospect of more decisive success. I confess I did not expect this, when my friend Munchausen took his leave of me, to go to Stade and break the neutrality. I thought it at least a dangerous, but rather a desperate undertaking, whereas, hitherto, it has proved a very fortunate one. I look upon the French army as fondu, and, what with desertion, deaths, and epidemical distempers, I dare say not a third of it will ever return to France. The great object is now, what the Russians can or will do, and whether the King of Prussia can hinder their junction with the Austrians by beating either before they join. I will trust him for doing all that can be done. Sir C.W. is still in confinement, and, I fear, will always be so, for he seems cum ration insanir. The physicians have collected all he has said and done that indicated an alienation of mind, and have laid it before him in writing. He has answered it in writing too, and justifies himself in the most plausible arguments that can possibly be urged. He tells his brother, and the few who are allowed to see him, that they are such narrow and contracted minds themselves, that they take those for mad who have a great and generous way of thinking. As, for instance, when he determined to send his daughter over to you in a fortnight, to be married, without any previous agreement or settlements, it was because he had long known you, and loved you as a man of sense and honor, and therefore would not treat with you as with an attorney. That as for Mademoiselle John, he knew her merit and her circumstances, and asks whether it is a sign of madness to have a due regard for the one, and a just compassion for the other. I will not tire you with enumerating any more instances of the poor man's frenzy, but conclude this subject with pitying him and poor human nature, which holds its reason by so precarious a tenure. The lady, who you tell me is set out, en sera pour la scène et les frais du voyage, for her note is worth no more than her contract. By the way, she must be a kind of aventurière, to engage so easily in such an adventure with a man whom she had not known above a week, and whose début of 10,000 roubles showed him not to be in his right senses. You will probably have seen General York by this time in his way to Berlin or Breslau, or wherever the King of Prussia may be. As he keeps his commission to the States General, I presume he is not to stay long with his Prussian Majesty. But however, while he is there, take care to write to him very constantly, and to give all the information you can. His father, Lord Hardwicke, is your great puff. He commends your office letters exceedingly. I would have the Berlin commission your object, in good time, never lose view of it. Do all you can to recommend yourself to the King of Prussia on your side of the water, and to smooth your way for that commission on this. By the turn which things have taken of late, it must always be the most important of all foreign commissions from hence. I have no news to send you, as things here are extremely quiet, so good night. Letter CCXX. London, April 25, 1758. Dear friend, I am now 2 letters in your debt, which I think is the first time that ever I was so, in the long course of our correspondence. But besides that my head has been very much out of order of late, writing is by no means that easy thing that it was to me formerly. I find by experience that the mind and the body are more than married, for they are most intimately united, and when the one suffers, the other sympathizes. Non sum qualis eram, neither my memory nor my invention are now what they formerly were. It is in a great measure my own fault. I cannot accuse nature, for I abused her, and it is reasonable I should suffer for it. I do not like the return of the impression upon your lungs, but the rigor of the cold may probably have brought it upon you, and your lungs not in fault. Take care to live very cool, and let your diet be rather low. We have had a second winter here, more severe than the first, at least it seemed so, from a premature summer that we had for a fortnight in March, which brought everything forward only to be destroyed. I have experienced it at Blackheath, where the promise of fruit was a most flattering one, and all nipped in the bud by frost and snow, in April. I shall not have a single peach or apricot. I have nothing to tell you from hence concerning public affairs, but what you read in the newspapers. This only is extraordinary. That last week, in the House of Commons, above 10 millions were granted, and the whole Hanover army taken into British pay, with but one single negative, which was Mr. Viner, S. Mr. Pitt gains ground in the closet, and yet does not lose it in the public. That is new. Monsieur Nifausen has dined with me. He is one of the prettiest fellows I have seen. He has, with a great deal of life and fire, les manières d'un honnête homme et le ton de la parfaitement bonne compagnie. You like him yourself. Try to be like him. It is in your power. I hear that Mr. Mitchell is to be recalled, notwithstanding the King of Prussia's instances to keep him. But why is a secret that I cannot penetrate. You will not fail to offer the Landgrave and the Princess of Hesse, who I find are going home, to be their agent and commissioner at Hamburg. I cannot comprehend the present state of Russia, nor the motions of their armies. They change their generals once a week. Sometimes they march with rapidity, and now they lie quiet behind the Vistula. We have 1,000 stories here of the interior of that government, none of which I believe. Some say that the great Duke will be set aside. Woronzoff is said to be entirely a Frenchman, and that Monsieur de l'Hôpital governs both him and the court. Sir C.W. is said, by his indiscretions, to have caused the disgrace of Bestucheff, which seems not impossible. In short, everything of every kind is said, because, I believe, very little is truly known. Apropos of Sir C.W., he is out of confinement and gone to his house in the country for the whole summer. They say he is now very cool and well. I have seen his Circe at her window in Pall Mall. She is painted, powdered, curled, and patched, and looks L.A. venture. She has been offered, by Sir C.W.'s friends, L500 in full of all demands, but will not accept of it. La Comtesse Vute Plater, and I fancy fair otter chose C.L. Pute. Jubio to Benny Valor. Letter CCXXI. Blackheath, May 18, OS 1758. My dear friend, I have your letter of the 9th now before me, and condole with you upon the present solitude and inaction of Hamburg. You are now shrunk from the dignity and importance of a consummate minister, to be but, as it were, a common man. But this has, at one time or another, been the case of most great men, who have not always had equal opportunities of exerting their talents. The greatest must submit to the capriciousness of fortune, though they can, better than others, improve the favorable moments. For instance, who could have thought 2 years ago that you would have been the Atlas of the Northern Pole? But the good genius of the North ordered it so, and now that you have set that part of the globe right, you return to odium cum dignitate. But to be serious, now that you cannot have much office business to do, I could tell you what to do that would employ you, I should think, both usefully and agreeably. I mean that you should write short memoirs of that busy scene, in which you have been enough concerned, since your arrival at Hamburg, to be able to put together authentic facts and anecdotes. I do not know whether you will give yourself the trouble to do it or not, but I do know that if you will, olim h sec meminus juvabit. I would have them short, but correct as to facts and dates. I have told Alt, in the strongest manner, your lamentations for the loss of the House of Cassel, et il en fera rapport a son's serenissime mater, when you are quite idle, as probably you may be, some time this summer. Why should you not ask leave to make a tour to Cassel for a week, which would certainly be granted you from hence, and which would be looked upon as a bon procede at Cassel? The King of Prussia is probably, by this time, at the gates of Vienna, making the Queen of Hungary really do what Monsieur de Belleisle only threatened, sign a peace upon the ramparts of her capital. If she is obstinate, and will not, she must fly either to Pressburg or to Innsbruck, and Vienna must fall. But I think he will offer her reasonable conditions enough for herself, and I suppose that, in that case, Kaunitz will be reasonable enough to advise her to accept of them. What turn would the war take then? Would the French and Russians carry it on without her? The King of Prussia and the Prince of Brunswick would soon sweep them out of Germany. By this time, too, I believe, the French are entertained in America with the loss of Cape Breton, and in consequence of that, Quebec, for we have a force there equal to both those undertakings, and officers there now that will execute what Lord Elnever would so much as attempt. His appointments were too considerable to let him do anything that might possibly put an end to the war. Lord Howe, upon seeing plainly that he was resolved to do nothing, had asked leave to return, as well as Lord Charles Hay. We have a great expedition preparing, and which will soon be ready to sail from the Isle of Wight. 15,000 good troops, 80 battering cannons, besides mortars and every other thing in abundance fit for either battle or siege. Lord Anson desired and is appointed to command the fleet employed upon this expedition, a proof that it is not a trifling one. Conjectures concerning its destination are infinite, and the most ignorant are, as usual, the boldest conjecturers. If I form any conjectures, I keep them to myself, not to be disproved by the event. But in truth, I form none. I might have known, but would not. Everything seems to tend to peace next winter. Our success in America, which is hardly doubtful, and the King of Prussia's in Germany, which is as little so, will make France, already sick of the expense of the war, very tractable for a peace. I heartily wish it, for though people's heads are half turned with the King of Prussia's success, and will be quite turned, if we have any in America, or at sea, a moderate peace will suit us better than this immoderate war of 12 millions a year. Domestic affairs go just as they did. The Duke of Newcastle and Mr. Pitt jog on like man and wife. That is, seldom agreeing, often quarreling, but by mutual interest, upon the whole not parting. The latter, I am told, gains ground in the closet, though he still keeps his strength in the house and his popularity in the public, or, perhaps, because of that. Do you hold your resolution of visiting your dominions of Bremen and Lübeck this summer? If you do, pray take the trouble of informing yourself correctly of the several constitutions and customs of those places, and of the present state of the Federal Union of the Hanseatic towns. It will do you no harm, nor cost you much trouble, and it is so much clear gain on the side of useful knowledge. I am now settled at Blackheath for the summer, where unseasonable frost and snow, and hot and parching east winds have destroyed all my fruit, and almost my fruit trees. I vegetate myself little better than they do. I crawl about on foot and on horseback, read a great deal and write a little, and am very much yours. Letter CCXIX. Blackheath, May 30, 1758. My dear friend, I have no letter from you to answer, so this goes to you unprovoked. But apropos of letters, you have had great honor done you in a letter from a fair and royal hand, no less than that of Her Royal Highness the Princess of Kassel. She has written your panegyric to her sister, Princess Amelia, who sent me a compliment upon it. This has likewise done you no harm with the king, who said gracious things upon that occasion. I suppose you had for Her Royal Highness those attentions which I wish to God you would have, in due proportions, for everybody. You see, by this instance, the effects of them. They are always repaid with interest. I am more confirmed by this in thinking, that, if you can conveniently, you should ask leave to go for a week to Kassel, to return your thanks for all favors received. I cannot expound to myself the conduct of the Russians. There must be a trick in their not marching with more expedition. They have either had a sop from the King of Prussia, or they want an animating dram from France and Austria. The King of Prussia's conduct always explains itself by the events, and, within a very few days, we must certainly hear of some very great stroke from that quarter. I think I never in my life remember a period of time so big with great events as the present. Within 2 months, the fate of the House of Austria will probably be decided. Within the same space of time, we shall certainly hear of the taking of Cape Breton, and of our armies proceeding to Quebec within a few days, we shall know the good or ill success of our great expedition, for it is sailed. And it cannot be long before we shall hear something of the Prince of Brunswick's operations, from whom I also expect good things. If all these things turn out, as there is good reason to believe they will, we may once, in our turn, dictate a reasonable peace to France, who now pays 70% insurance upon its trade, and 7% for all the money raised for the service of the year. Count Bothmer has got the smallpox, and of a bad kind. Nifausen diverts himself much here. He sees all places and all people, and is ubiquity itself. Mitchell, who is much threatened, stays at last at Berlin, at the earnest request of the King of Prussia. Lady is safely delivered of a son, to the great joy of that noble family. The expression of a woman's having brought her husband a son seems to be a proper and cautious one, for it is never said from whence. I was going to ask you how you passed your time now at Hamburg, since it is no longer the seat of strangers and of business, but I will not, because I know it is to no purpose. You have sworn not to tell me. Sir William Stanhope told me that you promised to send him some old hock from Hamburg, and so you did not. If you meet with any superlatively good and not else, pray send over a fouder of it and write to him. I shall have a share in it. But unless you find some, either at Hamburg or at Bremen, uncommonly and almost miraculously good, do not send any. Dixie, yours. Letter CCXCI. Blackheath, June 13, 1758. My dear friend, the secret is out. St. Malo is the devoted place. Our troops began to land at the Bay of Cankle V without any opposition. We have no further accounts yet, but expect some every moment. By the plan of it which I have seen, it is by no means a weak place, and I fear there will be many hats to be disposed of before it is taken. There are in the port above 30 privateers, about 16 of their own, and about as many taken from us. 237. Now for Africa, where we have had great success. The French have been driven out of all their forts and settlements upon the Gum coast and upon the river Senegal. They had been many years in possession of them, and by them annoyed our African trade exceedingly, which, by the way, tout proportion gardie, is the most lucrative trade we have. The present booty is likewise very considerable in gold dust and gum Seneca, which is very valuable by being a very necessary commodity for all our stained and printed linens. Now for America. The least sanguine people here expect, the latter end of this month or the beginning of the next, to have the account of the taking of Cape Breton and of all the forts with hard names in North America. Captain Clive has long since settled Asia to our satisfaction, so that 3 parts of the world look very favorable for us. Europe, I submit to the care of the King of Prussia and Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, and I think they will give a good account of it. France is out of luck and out of courage, and will, I hope, be enough out of spirits to submit to a reasonable peace. By reasonable, I mean what all people call reasonable in their own case, an advantageous one for us. I have set all right with Munchausen, who would not own that he was at all offended, and said, as you do, that his daughter did not stay long enough, nor appear enough at Hamburg, for you possibly to know that she was there. But people are always ashamed to own the little weaknesses of self-love, which, however, all people feel more or less. The excuse, I saw, pleased. I will send you your quadrille tables by the first opportunity, consigned to the care of Mr. Mathias here. Felic's Faustique Sint, may you win upon them when you play with men, and when you play with women, either win or know why you lose. Miss Mary's Mr. next week. Who proffers love, proffers death, says Weller to a dwarf. In my opinion, the conclusion must instantly choke the little lady. Admiral Mary's lady, there the danger, if danger is, will be on the other side. The lady has wanted a man so long that she now compounds for half a one, half a loaf. I have been worse since my last letter, but am now, I think, recovering. Tant for la crutche ello, and I have been there very often. Good night, I am faithfully and truly yours. Letter CCXIV. Blackheath, June 27, 1758. My dear friend, you either have received already, or will very soon receive, a little case from Amsterdam, directed to you at Hamburg. It is for Princess Aimba, the King of Prussia's sister, and contains some books which she desired Sir Charles Hotham to procure her from England, so long ago as when he was at Berlin. He sent for them immediately. But by I do not know what puzzle, they were recommended to the care of Mr. Selwyn, at Paris, who took such care of them, that he kept them near 3 years in his warehouse, and has at last sent them to Amsterdam, from whence they are sent to you. If the books are good for anything, they must be considerably improved by having seen so much of the world. But, as I believe they are English books, perhaps they may, like English travelers, have seen nobody but the several bankers to whom they were consigned. Be that as it will, I think you had best deliver them to Monsieur Hecht, the Prussian minister at Hamburg, to forward to Her Royal Highness, with a respectful compliment from you, which you will, no doubt, turn in the best manner, and sellen le bon ton de la parfaitement bon compagnie. You have already seen, in the papers, all the particulars of our St. Malo's expedition, so I say no more of that. Only that Mr. Pitt's friends exult in the destruction of 3 French ships of war and 130 privateers and trading ships, and affirm that it stopped the march of 70,000 men who were going to join the Comte de Clermont's army. On the other hand, Mr. Fox and company call it breaking windows with guineas, and apply the fable of the mountain and the mouse. The next object of our fleet was to be the bombarding of Granville, which is the great entrepot of their Newfoundland fishery, and will be a considerable loss to them in that branch of their trade. These, you will perhaps say, are no great matters, and I say so too, but at least they are signs of life which we had not given them for many years before, and will show the French by our invading them that we do not fear their invading us. Were those invasions in fishing boats from Dunkirk so terrible as they were artfully represented to be, the French would have had an opportunity of executing them, while our fleet and such a considerable part of our army were employed upon their coast. But my Lord Ligonier does not want an army at home. The Parliament is prorogued by a most gracious speech neither by nor from His Majesty, who is too ill to go to the House. The lords and gentlemen are, consequently, most of them gone to their several counties to do, to be sure, all the good that is recommended to them in the speech. London, I am told, is now very empty, for I cannot say so from knowledge. I vegetate wholly here. I walk and read a great deal, ride and scribble a little, according as my lead allows or my spirits prompt. To write anything tolerable, the mind must be in a natural, proper disposition. Provocatives, in that case as well as in another, will only produce miserable, abortive performances. Now that you have, as I suppose, full leisure enough, I wish you would give yourself the trouble, or rather pleasure, to do what I hinted to you some time ago. That is, to write short memoirs of those affairs which have either gone through your hands, or that have come to your certain knowledge, from the inglorious battle of Hasenbeck to the still more scandalous treaty of neutrality. Connect, at least, if it be by ever so short notes, the pieces and letters which you must necessarily have in your hands, and throw in the authentic anecdotes that you have probably heard. You will be glad when you have done it, and the reviving past ideas, in some order and method, will be an infinite comfort to you hereafter. I have 1,000 times regretted not having done so. It is at present too late for me to begin. This is the right time for you, and your life is likely to be a busy one. Would young men avail themselves of the advice and experience of their old friends, they would find the utility in their youth, and the comfort of it in their more advanced age, but they seldom consider that, and you, less than anybody I ever knew, may you soon grow wiser. Adieu. Letter CCXXV. Blackheath, June 30, 1758. My dear friend, this letter follows my last very close, but I received yours of the 15th in the short interval. You did very well not to buy any Rhenish, at the exorbitant price you mention, without further directions, for both my brother and I think the money better than the wine, be the wine ever so good. We will content ourselves with our stock in hand of humble Rhenish, of about 3 shillings a bottle. However, pour la rarity du fate, I will lay out 12 ducats, for 12 bottles of the wine of 1665, by way of an eventual cordial, if you can obtain a senatus consultum for it. I am in no hurry for it, so send it me only when you can conveniently. Well packed up, s'entend. You will, I dare say, have leave to go to Castle, and if you do go, you will perhaps think it reasonable that I, who was the adviser of the journey, should pay the expense of it. I think so too, and therefore, if you go, I will remit the L100 which you have calculated it at. You will find the house of Castle the house of gladness, for Hanau is already, or must be soon, delivered of its French guests. The Prince of Brunswick's victory is, by all the skillful, thought a chef d'oeuvre, worthy of Turenne, Conde, or the most illustrious human butchers. The French behaved better than at Rossbach, especially the Carabineers Rocks, who could not be in Thames. I wish the siege of Olmütz well over and a victory after it, and that, with good news from America, which I think there is no reason to doubt of, must procure us a good peace at the end of the year. The Prince of Prussia's death is no public misfortune. There was a jealousy and alienation between the king and him, which could never have been made up between the possessor of the crown and the next heir to it. He will make something of his nephew. Essil est du bois dont on en fate. He is young enough to forgive, and to be forgiven, the possession and the expectative, at least for some years. Adieu, I am unwell, but affectionately yours. Letter CCXXVI. Blackheath, July 18, 1758. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 4th, and my last will have informed you that I had received your former, concerning the Rhenish, about which I gave you instructions. If vinum mosellanum est omni tempor sanum, as the chapter of Treves asserts, what must this, vinum renanum be, from its superior strength and age? It must be the universal panacea. Captain Howe is to sail forthwith somewhere or another, with about 8,000 land forces on board him, and what is much more, Edward the White Prince. It is yet a secret where they are going. But I think it is no secret. that what 16,000 men and a great fleet could not do will not be done by 8,000 men and a much smaller fleet. About 8,500 horse, foot, and dragoons are embarking, as fast as they can, for Emden to reinforce Prince Ferdinand's army, late and few to be sure, but still better than never and none. The operations in Moravia go on slowly, and Olmütz seems to be a tough piece of work. I own I begin to be in pain for the King of Prussia, for the Russians now march in earnest, and Marshal Dan's army is certainly superior in number to his. God send him a good delivery. You have a Danish army now in your neighborhood, and they say a very fine one. I presume you will go to see it, and, if you do, I would advise you to go when the Danish monarch comes to review it himself. Pour prendre langue de ce seigneur. The rulers of the earth are all worth knowing, they suggest moral reflections, and the respect that one naturally has for God's vicegerents here on earth is greatly increased by acquaintance with them. Your card tables are gone, and they enclose some suits of clothes, and some of these clothes enclose a letter. Your friend lady is gone into the country with her lord, to negotiate, coolly and at leisure, their intended separation. My lady insists upon my lord's dismissing the, as ruinous to his fortune. My lord insists, in his turn, upon my lady's dismissing lord. My lady replies that that is unreasonable, since lord creates no expense to the family, but rather the contrary. My lord confesses that there is some weight in this argument, but then pleads sentiment. My lady says, a fiddlestick for sentiment after having been married so long. How this matter will end is in the womb of time, nam fuit ante Hellenam. You did very well to write a congratulatory letter to Prince Ferdinand. Such attentions are always right, and always repaid in some way or other. I am glad you have connected your negotiations and anecdotes, and I hope not with your usual laconism. Adieu, yours. Letter CCXXV. Blackheath, August 1, 1758. My dear friend, I think the Court of Cassel is more likely to make you a second visit at Hamburg than you are to return theirs at Cassel. And therefore, till that matter is clearer, I shall not mention it to Lord Holderness. By the King of Prussia's disappointment in Moravia, by the approach of the Russians, and the intended march of Monsieur de Soubise to Hanover, the waters seem to me to be as much troubled as ever. Je vois très noir actuellement. I see swarms of Austrians, French, imperialists, Swedes, and Russians, in all near 400,000 men, surrounding the King of Prussia and Prince Ferdinand, who have about a third of that number. Hitherto they have only buzzed, but now I fear they will sting. The immediate danger of this country is being drowned, for it has not ceased raining these 3 months, and withal is extremely cold. This neither agrees with me in itself, nor in its consequences, for it hinders me from taking my necessary exercise and makes me very unwell. As my head is always the part offending, and is so at present, I will not do, like many writers, write without a head, so adieu. Letter CCXXVI. Blackheath, August 29, 1758. My dear friend, your secretary's last letter brought me the good news that the fever had left you, and I will believe that it has. But a postscript to it, of only 2 lines, under your own hand, would have convinced me more effectually of your recovery. An intermitting fever, in the intervals of the paroxysms, would surely have allowed you to have written a few lines with your own hand, to tell me how you were. Until I receive a letter, as short as you please, from you yourself, I shall doubt of the exact truth of any other accounts. I send you no news because I have none. Cape Breton, Cherbourg, etc. are now old stories. We expect a new one soon from Commodore Howe, but from whence we know not. From Germany we hope for good news. I confess I do not, I only wish it. The King of Prussia is marched to fight the Russians, and I believe will beat them if they stand. But what then? What shall he do next, with the 380,000 men now actually at work upon him? He will do all that man can do, but at last, ill faut succomber. Remember to think yourself less well than you are, in order to be quite so. Be very regular, rather longer than you need, and then there will be no danger of a relapse. God bless you. Letter CCXIX. Blackheath, September 5, 1758. My dear friend, I received with great pleasure your letter of the 22d August. For by not having a line from you in your secretary's 2 letters, I suspect that you were worse than he cared to tell me. And so far I was in the right, that your fever was more malignant than intermitting ones generally are, which seldom confines people to their bed, or at most, only the days of the paroxysms. Now that, thank God, you are well again, though weak, do not be in too much haste to be better and stronger. Leave that to nature, which, at your age, will restore both your health and strength as soon as she should. Live cool for a time, and rather low, instead of taking what they call heartening things. Your manner of making presents is noble. Et sent la grandeur dame d'un prix chevalier. You depreciate their value to prevent any returns, for it is impossible that a wine which has counted so many syndics, that can only be delivered by a senatus consultum, and is the panacea of the north, should be sold for a ducat a bottle. The silphium of the Romans, which was stored up in the public magazines, and only distributed by order of the magistrate, I dare say, cost more, so that I am convinced your present is much more valuable than you would make it. Here I am interrupted by receiving your letter of the 25th past. I am glad that you are able to undertake your journey to Bremen. The motion, the air, the new scene, the everything will do you good, provided you manage yourself discreetly. Your bill for £50 shall certainly be accepted and paid, but as in conscience I think £50 is too little for seeing a live Landgrave, and especially at Bremen, which this whole nation knows to be a very dear place. I shall, with your leave, add 50 more to it. By the way, when you see the Princess Royal of Kassel, be sure to tell her how sensible you are of the favorable and too partial testimony, which you know she wrote of you to Princess Amelia. The King of Prussia has had the victory, which you in some measure foretold, and as he has taken la caisse militaire, I presume Messieurs les Russes sont hors de combat pour cette campagne. For Point d'Argent, Point de Suisse, is not truer of the laudable Helvetic body than Point d'Argent, Point de Russe, is of the savages of the two Russias, not even excepting the autocratress of them both. Sir Bologna, I believe, stands next in his Prussian Majesty's list to be beaten. That is, if he will stand, as the Prince de Soubise does in Prince Ferdinand's, upon the same condition. If both these things happen, which is by no means improbable, we may hope for a tolerable peace this winter. For, au bout du compte, the King of Prussia cannot hold out another year, and therefore he should make the best of these favorable events by way negotiation. I think I have written a great deal, with an actual giddiness of head upon me, so adieu. I am glad you have received my letter of the Ides of July. Letter CCXXX. Blackheath, September 8, 1758. My dear friend, this letter shall be short, being only an explanatory note upon my last, for I am not learned enough, nor yet dull enough, to make my comment much longer than my text. I told you then, in my former letter, that, with your leave, which I will suppose granted, I would add £50 to your draft for that sum. Now, lest you should misunderstand this, and wait for the remittance of that additional 50 from hence, know then my meaning was that you should likewise draw upon me for it when you please, which I presume will be more convenient to you. Let the pedants, whose business it is to believe lies, or the poets, whose trade it is to invent them, match the King of Prussia with a hero in ancient or modern story, if they can. He disgraces history and makes one give some credit to romances. Calperned's Juba does not now seem so absurd as formerly. I have been extremely ill this whole summer, but am now something better, however, I perceive, que l'esprit et le corps baissent. The former is the last thing that anybody will tell me, or own when I tell it them, but I know it is true. Adieu. Letter CCXXXI. Blackheath, September 22, 1758. My dear friend, I have received no letter from you since you left Hamburg. I presume that you are perfectly recovered, but it might not have been improper to have told me so. I am very far from being recovered. On the contrary, I am worse and worse, weaker and weaker every day, for which reason I shall leave this place next Monday and set out for Bath a few days afterward. I should not take all this trouble merely to prolong the fag end of a life, from which I can expect no pleasure, and others no utility, but the cure, or at least the mitigation, of those physical ills which make that life a load while it does last, is worth any trouble and attention. We are come off but scurvily from our second attempt upon St. Malo. It is our last for this season, and, in my mind, should be our last forever, unless we were to send so great a sea and land force as to give us a moral certainty of taking some place of great importance, such as Brest, Rochefort, or Toulon. Monsieur Munchausen embarked yesterday, as he said, for Prince Ferdinand's army, But as it is not generally thought that his military skill can be of any great use to that prince, people conjecture that his business must be of a very different nature, and suspect separate negotiations, neutralities, and what not. Niflhausen does not relish it in the least, and is by no means satisfied with the reasons that have been given him for it. Before he can arrive there, I reckon that something decisive will have passed in Saxony, if to the disadvantage of the King of Prussia, he is crushed. But if, on the contrary, he should get a complete victory, and he does not get half victories, over the Austrians, the winter may probably produce him and us a reasonable peace. I look upon Russia as hors de combat for some time. France is certainly sick of the war, under an unambitious king and an incapable ministry, if there is one at all. And unassisted by those two powers, the Empress Queen had better be quiet. Were any other man in the situation of the King of Prussia, I should not hesitate to pronounce him ruined, but he is such a prodigy of a man that I will only say, I fear he will be ruined. It is by this time decided. Your castle court at Bremen is, I doubt, not very splendid. Money must be wanting, but however, I dare say their table is always good, for the Landgrave is a gourmand, and as you are domestic there, you may be so too and recruit your loss of flesh from your fever, but do not recruit too fast. Adieu. Letter CCXXIX. London, September 26, 1758. My dear friend, I am sorry to find that you had a return of your fever, but to say the truth, you in some measure deserved it, for not carrying Dr. Middleton's bark and prescription with you. I foresaw that you would think yourself cured too soon and gave you warning of it, but bygones are bygones, as Chartres, when he was dying, said of his sins. Let us look forward. You did very prudently to return to Hamburg, to good bark, and I hope a good physician. Make all sure there before you stir from thence, notwithstanding the requests or commands of all the princesses in Europe. I mean a month at least, taking the bark even to supererogation, that is, some time longer than Dr. Middleton requires. For, I presume, you are got over your childishness about tastes, and are sensible that your health deserves more attention than your palate. When you shall be thus re-established, I approve of your returning to Bremen, and indeed you cannot well avoid it, both with regard to your promise and to the distinction with which you have been received by the castle family. Now to the other part of your letter. Lord Holdernesse has been extremely civil to you in sending you, all under his own hand, such obliging offers of his service. The hint is plain that he will, in case you desire it, procure you leave to come home for some time, so that the single question is whether you should desire it or not now. It will be 2 months before you can possibly undertake the journey, whether by sea or by land, and either way it would be a troublesome and dangerous one for a convalescent in the rigor of the month of November. You could drink no mineral waters here in that season, nor are any mineral waters proper in your case, being all of them heating, except seltzers. Then, what would do you more harm than all medicines could do you good, would be the pestilential vapors of the House of Commons, in long and crowded days, of which there will probably be many this session, where your attendance, if here, will necessarily be required. I compare St. Stephen's Chapel, upon those days, to La Grotta del Cane. Whatever may be the fate of the war now, negotiations will certainly be stirring all the winter, and of those, the northern ones, you are sensible, are not the least important. In these, if at Hamburg, you will probably have your share, and perhaps a meritorious one. Upon the whole, therefore, I would advise you to write a very civil letter to Lord Holdernesse, and to tell him that though you cannot hope to be of any use to His Majesty's affairs anywhere, yet, in the present unsettled state of the North, it is possible that unforeseen accidents may throw in your way to be of some little service, and that you would not willingly be out of the way of those accidents, but that you shall be most extremely obliged to his lordship, if he will procure you His Majesty's gracious permission to return for a few months in the spring, when probably affairs will be more settled one way or another. When things tend nearer to a settlement, and that Germany, from the want of money or men, or both, breathes peace more than war, I shall solicit Burrish's commission for you, which is one of the most agreeable ones in His Majesty's gift, and I shall by no means despair of success. Now I have given you my opinion upon this affair, which does not make a difference of above 3 months or 4 at most. I would not be understood to mean to force your own, if it should happen to be different from mine. But mine, I think, is more both for your health and your interest. However, do as you please. May you in this and everything else do for the best. So God bless you. Letter CCXXVI. Bath, October 18, 1758. My dear friend, I received by the same post your 2 letters of the 29th past and of the 3D instant. The last tells me that you are perfectly recovered, and your resolution of going to Bremen in 3 or 4 days proves it. For surely you would not undertake that journey a second time, and at this season of the year, without feeling your health solidly restored. However, in all events, I hope you have taken a provision of good bark with you. I think your attention to Her Royal Highness may be of use to you here, and indeed all attentions to all sorts of people are always repaid in some way or other, though real obligations are not. For instance, Lord Tichfield, who has been with you at Hamburg, has written an account to the Duke and Duchess of Portland, who are here, of the civilities you showed him, with which he is much pleased, and they delighted. At this rate, if you do not take care, you will get the unmanly reputation of a well-bred man, and your countryman, John Trot, will disown you. I have received and tasted of your present, which is a très grand vin, but more cordial to the stomach than pleasant to the palate. I keep it as a physic, only to take occasionally, in little disorders of my stomach, and in those cases, I believe it is wholesomer than stronger cordials. I have been now here a fortnight, and though I am rather better than when I came, I am still far from well. My head is giddier than becomes a head of my age, and my stomach has not recovered its retentive faculty. Leaning forward, particularly to write, does not at present agree with yours. Letter CCXXIV. Bath, October 28, 1758. My dear friend, your letter has quieted my alarms, for I find by it that you are as well recovered as you could be in so short a time. It is your business now to keep yourself well by scrupulously following Dr. Middleton's directions. He seems to be a rational and knowing man. Soap and steel are unquestionably the proper medicines for your case, but as they are alteratives, you must take them for a very long time, 6 months at least, and then drink chalybeate waters. I am fully persuaded that this was your original complaint in carniola, which those ignorant physicians called, in their jargon, arthritis vaga, and treated as such. But now that the true cause of your illness is discovered, I flatter myself that, with time and patience on your part, you will be radically cured. But I repeat it again, it must be by a long and uninterrupted course of those alterative medicines above mentioned. They have no taste, but if they had a bad one, I will not now suppose you such a child, as to let the frowardness of your palate interfere in the least with the recovery or enjoyment of health. The latter deserves the utmost attention of the most rational man. The former is the only proper object of the care of a dainty, frivolous woman. The run of luck, which some time ago we were in, seems now to be turned against us. Oberg is completely rooted. His Prussian Majesty was surprised, which I am surprised at, and had rather the worst of it. I am in some pain for Prince Ferdinand, as I take it for granted that the detachment from Marechal de Kintade's army, which enabled Prince Soubise to beat Oberg, will immediately return to the Grand Army, and then it will be infinitely superior. Nor do I see where Prince Ferdinand can take his winter quarters, unless he retires to Hanover, and that I do not take to be at present the land of Canaan. Our second expedition to St. Malo I cannot call so much an unlucky as an ill-conducted one, as was also Abercrombie's affair in America. Mais il ni a pas de petite perte qui revient souvent, and all these accidents put together make a considerable sum total. I have found so little good by these waters that I do not intend to stay here above a week longer, and then remove my crazy body to London, which is the most convenient place either to live or die in. I cannot expect active health anywhere. You may, with common care and prudence, effect it everywhere, and God grant that you may have it. Adieu. Letter CCXXXV. London, November 21, 1758. My dear friend, you did well to think of Prince Ferdinand's riband, which I confess I did not, and I am glad to find you thinking so far beforehand. It would be a pretty commission, and I will akinger me to procure it to you. The only competition I fear is that of General York, in case Prince Ferdinand should pass any time with his brother at The Hague, which is not unlikely, since he cannot go to Brunswick to his eldest brother, upon account of their simulated quarrel. I fear the peace is at an end with the King of Prussia, and he may say illicit. I am sure he may personally say plaudite. Warm work is expected this session of Parliament, about continent and no continent. Some think Mr. Pitt too continent, others too little so. But a little time, as the newspapers most prudently and truly observe, will clear up these matters. The king has been ill, but his illness is terminated in a good fit of the gout, with which he is still confined. It was generally thought that he would have died, and for a very good reason, for the oldest lion in the Tower, much about the king's age, died a fortnight ago. This extravagancy, I can assure you, was believed by many above pupil. So wild and capricious is the human mind. Take care of your health as much as you can, for to be or not to be is a question of much less importance, in my mind, than to be or not to be well. Adieu. Letter CCXXXVI. London, December 15, 1758. My dear friend, it is a great while since I heard from you, but I hope that good, not ill health, has been the occasion of this silence. I will suppose you have been, or are still at Bremen, and engrossed by your Hessian friends. Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick is most certainly to have the garter, and I think I have secured you the honor of putting it on. When I say secured, I mean it in the sense in which that word should always be understood at courts, and that is insecurely. I have a promise, but that is not caution bourgeoise. In all events, do not mention it to any mortal, because there is always a degree of ridicule that attends a disappointment, though often very unjustly, if the expectation was reasonably grounded. However, it is certainly most prudent not to communicate, prematurely, one's hopes or one's fears. I cannot tell you when Prince Ferdinand will have it, though there are so many candidates for the other 2 vacant garters, that I believe he will have his soon and by himself. The others must wait till a 3rd, or rather a 4th vacancy. Lord Rockingham and Lord Holderness are secure. Lord Temple pushes strongly, but I believe is not secure. This commission for dubbing a knight, and so distinguished a one, will be a very agreeable and creditable one for you, et il faut vous en acquitter galamment. In the days of ancient chivalry, people were very nice who they would be knighted by, and, if I do not mistake, Francis I would only be knighted by the Chevalier Bayard. Qui edoit pria Chevalier et sans reproche. And no doubt but it will be recorded, dans les archives de la Maison de Brunswick, that Prince Ferdinand received the honor of knighthood from your hands. The estimates for the expenses of the year 1759 are made up. I have seen them, and what do you think they amount to? No less than £12,300,000, a most incredible sum, and yet already subscribed and even more offered. The unanimity in the House of Commons, in voting such a sum, and such forces both by sea and land, is not the less astonishing. This is Mr. Pitt's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. The King of Prussia has nothing more to do this year, and the next, he must begin where he has left off. I wish he would employ this winter in concluding a separate peace with the Elector of Saxony, which would give him more elbow room to act against France and the Queen of Hungary, and put an end at once to the proceedings of the Diet and the army of the Empire. For then no estate of the Empire would be invaded by a co-estate, and France, the faithful and disinterested guarantee of the Treaty of Westphalia, would have no pretense to continue its armies there. I should think that His Polish Majesty and his governor, Count Bruhl, must be pretty weary of being fugitives in Poland, where they are hated, and of being ravaged in Saxony. This reverie of mine, I hope, will be tried, and I wish it may succeed. Good night, and God bless you. Letters to his son, 65. By the Earl of Chesterfield. On the fine art of becoming a man of the world and a gentleman. Letter CCXXXV. London, New Year's Day, 1759. My dear friend, multi e felici, and I have done upon that subject, one truth being fair, upon the most lying day in the whole year. I have now before me your last letter of the 21st December, which I am glad to find is a bill of health. But however, do not presume too much upon it, but obey and honor your physician, that thy days may be long in the land. Since my last, I have heard nothing more concerning the riband, but I take it for granted it will be disposed of soon. By the way, upon reflection, I am not sure that anybody but a knight can, according to form, be employed to make a knight. I remember that Sir Clement Cotterell was sent to Holland, to dub the late Prince of Orange, only because he was a knight himself, and I know that the proxies of knights, who cannot attend their own installations, must always be knights. This did not occur to me before, and perhaps will not to the person who was to recommend you. I am sure I will not stir it, and I only mention it now, that you may be in all events prepared for the disappointment, if it should happen. G is exceedingly flattered with your account, that 3,000 of his countrymen, all as little as himself, should be thought a sufficient guard upon 23,000 of all the nations in Europe. Not that he thinks himself, by any means, a little man, for when he would describe a tall, handsome man, he raises himself up at least half an inch to represent him. The private news from Hamburg is that His Majesty's resident there is woundily in love with Madame. If this be true, God send him, rather than her, a good delivery. She must be a trenny at this season, and therefore I think you should be so too, so draw upon me as soon as you please for £100. Here is nothing new, except the unanimity with which the Parliament gives away a dozen of millions sterling. And the unanimity of the public is as great in approving of it, which has stifled the usual political and polemical argumentations. Cardinal Bernese' disgrace is as sudden, and hitherto as little understood as his elevation was. I have seen his poems, printed at Paris, not by a friend, I dare say, and to judge by them, I humbly conceive his eminency is a PY. I will say nothing of that excellent headpiece that made him and unmade him in the same month, except, O King, live forever. Good night to you, whoever you pass it with. Letter CCXXXV. London, February 2, 1759. My dear friend, I am now, what I have very seldom been, 2 letters in your debt. The reason was that my head, like many other heads, has frequently taken a wrong turn, in which case writing is painful to me, and therefore cannot be very pleasant to my readers. I wish you would, while you have so good an opportunity as you have at Hamburg, make yourself perfectly master of that dull but very useful knowledge, the course of exchange, and the causes of its almost perpetual variations, the value and relation of different coins, the specie, the banco, usances, agio, and 1,000 other particulars. You may with ease learn, and you will be very glad when you have learned them, for in your business that sort of knowledge will often prove necessary. I hear nothing more of Prince Ferdinand's garter. That he will have one is very cert, but when, I believe, is very uncert. All the other postulants wanting to be dubbed at the same time, which cannot be, as there is not ribbon enough for them. If the Russians move in time, and in earnest, there will be an end of our hopes and of our armies in Germany. 3 such millstones as Russia, France, and Austria must, sooner or later in the course of the year, grind his Prussian Majesty down to a mere Margrave of Brandenburg. But I have always some hopes of a change under a gunarchy, derived from the Greek word even a woman, and means female government where whim and humor commonly prevail, reason very seldom, and then only by a lucky mistake. I expect the incomparable fair one of Hamburg, that prodigy of beauty and paragon of good sense, who has enslaved your mind and inflamed your heart. If she is as well a trenny as you say she shall, you will be soon out of her chains. For I have, by long experience, found women to be like Telephus's spear, if one end kills, the other cures. There never was so quiet, nor so silent a session of Parliament as the present. Mr. Pitt declares only what he would have them do, and they do it, nemine contradicent, Mr. Viner only expected. Duchess Hamilton is to be married tomorrow to Colonel Campbell, the son of General Campbell, who will some day or other be Duke of Argyll, and have the estate. She refused the Duke of BR for him. Here is a report, but I believe a very groundless one, that your old acquaintance, the fair Madame C., is run away from her husband, with a jeweler that attrends her, and is come over here, but I dare say it is some mistake or perhaps a lie. Adieu, God bless you. Letter CCXXIX. London, February 27, 1759. My dear friend, in your last letter of the 7th, you accuse me, most unjustly, of being in arrears in my correspondence, whereas, if our epistolary accounts were fairly liquidated, I believe you would be brought in considerably debtor. I do not see how any of my letters to you can miscarry, unless your office packet miscarries too, for I always send them to the office. Moreover, I might have a justifiable excuse for writing to you seldomer than usual, for to be sure there never was a period of time, in the middle of a winter, and the Parliament sitting, that supplied so little matter for a letter. Near 12 millions have been granted this year, not only nemine contradicent, but nemine quicquid dicent. The proper officers bring in the estimates. It is taken for granted that they are necessary and frugal. The members go to dinner, and leave Mr. West and Mr. Martin to do the rest. I presume you have seen the little poem of the Country Lass, by Soame Jenyns, for it was in the Chronicle, as was also an answer to it from the Monitor. They are neither of them bad performances. The first is the neatest, and the plan of the second has the most invention. I send you none of those pieces volants in my letters, because they are all printed in one or other of the newspapers, particularly in the Chronicles. And I suppose that you and others have all those papers among you at Hamburg, in which case it would be only putting you to the unnecessary expense of double postage. I find you are sanguine about the King of Prussia this year. I allow his army will be what you say. But what will that be vis-a-vis French, Austrians, Imperialists, Swedes, and Russians, who must amount to more than double that number? Were the inequality less, I would allow for the King of Prussia's being so much ips agmen as pretty nearly to balance the account. In war, numbers are generally my omens, and I confess that in Germany they seem not happy ones this year. In America, I think we are sure of success and great success, but how we shall be able to strike a balance, as they call it, between good success there and ill success upon the continent so as to come at a peace, is more than I can discover. Lady Chesterfield makes you her compliments and thanks you for your offer, but declines troubling you, being discouraged by the ill success of Madame Munchausen's and Miss Chetwynd's commissions, the former for beef, and the latter for gloves, neither of which have yet been executed, to the dissatisfaction of both. Adieu. Letter CCXL. London, March 16, 1759. My dear friend, I have now your letter of the 20th past lying before me, by which you despond, in my opinion too soon, of dubbing your prince, for he most certainly will have the garter, and he will as probably have it before the campaign opens as after. His campaign must, I doubt, at best be a defensive one, and he will show great skill in making it such, for according to my calculation, his enemies will be at least double his number. Their troops, indeed, may perhaps be worse than his, but then their number will make up that defect, as it will enable them to undertake different operations at the same time. I cannot think that the King of Denmark will take a part in the present war, which he cannot do without great possible danger. And he is well paid by France for his neutrality, is safe, let what will turn out, and in the meantime carries on his commerce with great advantage and security, so that that consideration will not retard your visit to your own country whenever you have leave to return, and that your own arrangements will allow you. A short absence animates a tender passion, et elan ni recul que pour mia sauter, especially in the summer months, so that I would advise you to begin your journey in May, and continue your absence from the dear object of your vows till after the dog days, when love is said to be unwholesome. We have been disappointed at Martinico. I wish we may not be so at Guadeloupe, though we are landed there, for many difficulties must be got over before we can be in possession of the whole island. Apropos de bots, you make use of 2 Spanish words very properly in your letter. Were I you, I would learn the Spanish language, if there were a Spaniard at Hamburg who could teach me. And then you would be master of all the European languages that are useful. And, in my mind, it is very convenient, if not necessary, for a public man to understand them all, and not to be obliged to have recourse to an interpreter for those papers that chance or business may throw in his way. I learned Spanish when I was older than you, convinced by experience that in everything possible, it was better to trust to oneself than to any other body whatsoever. Interpreters, as well as relators, are often unfaithful, and still oftener incorrect, puzzling, and blundering. In short, let it be your maxim through life to know all you can know, yourself, and never to trust implicitly to the informations of others. This rule has been of infinite service to me in the course of my life. I am rather better than I was, which I owe not to my physicians, but to an ass and a cow who nourish me between them very plentifully and wholesomely. In the morning the ass is my nurse, at night the cow, and I have just now bought a milch goat, which is to graze and nurse me at Blackheath. I do not know what may come of this latter, and I am not without apprehensions that it may make a satyr of me. But, should I find that obscene disposition growing upon me, I will check it in time, for fear of endangering my life and character by rapes. And so, we heartily bid you farewell. Letter CCXLI. London, March 30, 1759. My dear friend, I do not like these frequent, however short, returns of your illness, for I doubt they imply either want of skill in your physician or want of care in his patient. Rhubarb, soap, and chalybeate medicines and waters are almost always specifics for obstructions of the liver, but then a very exact regimen is necessary, and that for a long continuance. Acids are good for you, but you do not love them, and sweet things are bad for you, and you do love them. There is another thing very bad for you, and I fear you love it too much. When I was in Holland, I had a slow fever that hung upon me a great while. I consulted Boerhaave, who prescribed me what I suppose was proper, for it cured me, but he added, by way of postscript to his prescription, Venus rarius calater, which I observed, and perhaps that made the medicines more effectual. I doubt we shall be mutually disappointed in our hopes of seeing one another this spring, as I believe you will find, by a letter which you will receive at the same time with this, from Lord Holderness. But as Lord Holderness will not tell you all, I will, between you and me, supply that defect. I must do him the justice to say that he has acted in the most kind and friendly manner possible to us both. When the king read your letter, in which you desired leave to return, for the sake of drinking the Tunbridge waters, he said, if he wants steel waters, those of Piedmont are better than Tunbridge, and he can have them very fresh at Hamburg. I would rather he had asked me to come last autumn and had passed the winter here, for if he returns now, I shall have nobody in those quarters to inform me of what passes, and yet it will be a very busy and important scene. Lord Holderness, who found that it would not be liked, resolved to push it no further, and replied, he was very sure that when you knew His Majesty had the least objection to your return at this time, you would think of it no longer. And he owned that he, Lord Holderness, had given you encouragement for this application last year, then thinking and hoping that there would be little occasion for your presence at Hamburg this year. Lord Holderness will only tell you in his letter that, as he had some reason to believe his moving this matter would be disagreeable to the king, he resolved, for your sake, not to mention it. You must answer his letter upon that footing simply, and thank him for this mark of his friendship, for he has really acted as your friend. I make no doubt of your having willing leave to return in autumn, for the whole winter. In the meantime, make the best of your séjour where you are, drink the Piedmont waters, and no wine but Rhenish, which, in your case, is the only proper one for you. Next week Mr. Hart will send you his Gustavus Adolphus, in 2 quartos. It will contain many new particulars of the life of that real hero, as he has had abundant and authentic materials, which have never yet appeared. It will, upon the whole, be a very curious and valuable history, though, between you and me, I could have wished that he had been more correct and elegant in his style. You will find it dedicated to one of your acquaintance, who was forced to prune the luxuriant praises bestowed upon him, and yet has left enough of all conscience to satisfy a reasonable man. Hart has been very much out of order these last 3 or 4 months, but is not the less intent upon sowing his lucerne, of which he had 6 crops last year, to his infinite joy, and, as he says, profit. As a gardener, I shall probably have as much joy, though not quite so much profit, by 30 or 40 shillings, for there is the greatest promise of fruit this year at Blackheath that ever I saw in my life. Vertumnus and Pomona have been very propitious to me. As for Priapus, that tremendous garden god, as I no longer invoke him, I cannot expect his protection from the birds and the thieves. Adieu, I will conclude like a pedant, levius fit patientia quicquid corriger est nefas. Letter CCXLIV. London, April 16, 1759. My dear friend, with humble submission to you, I still say that if Prince Ferdinand can make a defensive campaign this year, he will have done a great deal, considering the great inequality of numbers. The little advantages of taking a regiment or 2 prisoners, or cutting another to pieces, are but trifling articles in the great account. They are only the pence, the pounds are yet to come, and I take it for granted that neither the French nor the court of Vienna will have le dementi of their main object, which is unquestionably Hanover, for that is the summa summarum. And they will certainly take care to draw a force together for this purpose, too great for any that Prince Ferdinand has or can have to oppose them. In short, mark the endant, JN Augur Mal. If France, Austria, the Empire, Russia, and Sweden are not at long run too hard for the two electors of Hanover and Brandenburg, there must be some invisible power, some tutelar deities that miraculously interpose in favor of the latter. You encourage me to accept all the powers that goats, asses, and bulls can give me by engaging for my not making an ill use of them. But I own I cannot help distrusting myself a little, or rather human nature. For it is an old and very true observation that there are misers of money, but none of power, and the non-use of the one and the abuse of the other increase in proportion to their quantity. I am very sorry to tell you that Hart's Gustavus Adolphus does not take it all and consequently sells very little. It is certainly informing and full of good matter. But it is as certain, too, that the style is execrable. Where the devil he picked it up I cannot conceive, for it is a bad style of a new and singular kind. It is full of Latinisms, Gallicisms, Germanisms, and all isms but Anglicisms, in some places pompous, in others vulgar and low. Surely, before the end of the world, people, and you in particular, will discover that the manner, in everything, is at least as important as the matter, and that the latter never can please without a good degree of elegance in the former. This holds true in everything in life. In writing, conversing, business, the help of the graces is absolutely necessary, and whoever vainly thinks himself above them will find he is mistaken when it will be too late to court them, for they will not come to strangers of an advanced age. There is an history lately come out of the reign of Mary Queen of Scots and her son, no matter by whom, King James, written by one Robertson, a Scotchman, which for clearness, purity, and dignity of style, I will not scruple to compare with the best historians extant, not excepting Davila, Guicciardini, and perhaps Livy. Its success has consequently been great, and a second edition is already published and bought up. I take it for granted that it is to be had, or at least borrowed at Hamburg, or I would send it to you. I hope you drink the Piedmont waters every morning. The health of the mind depends so much upon the health of the body that the latter deserves the utmost attention, independently of the senses. God send you a very great share of both. Adieu. Letter CCXLII. London, April 27, 1759. My dear friend, I have received your 2 letters of the 10th and 13th by the last mail, and I will begin my answer to them by observing to you that a wise man, without being a stoic, considers, in all misfortunes that befall him, their best as well as their worst side, and everything has a better and a worse side. I have strictly observed that rule for many years, and have found by experience that some comfort is to be extracted, under most moral ills, by considering them in every light, instead of dwelling, as people are too apt to do, upon the gloomy side of the object. Thank God, the disappointment that you so pathetically groan under is not a calamity which admits of no consolation. Let us simplify it, and see what it amounts to. You are pleased with the expectation of coming here next month to see those who would have been pleased with seeing you. That, from very natural causes, cannot be, and you must pass this summer at Hamburg, and next winter in England instead of passing this summer in England and next winter at Hamburg. Now, estimating things fairly is not the change rather to your advantage? Is not the summer more eligible, both for health and pleasure, than the winter in that northern frozen zone? And will not the winter in England supply you with more pleasures than the summer, in an empty capital, could have done? So far then it appears that you are rather a gainer by your misfortune. The tour too, which you propose making to Lubeck, Altena, etc., will both amuse and inform you, for, at your age, one cannot see too many different places and people. Since at the age you are now of, I take it for granted that you will not see them superficially, as you did when you first went abroad. This whole matter, then, summed up, amounts to no more than this: that you will be here next winter, instead of this summer. Do not think that all I have said is the consolation only of an old philosophical fellow, almost insensible of pleasure or pain, offered to a young fellow who has quick sensations of both. No, it is the rational philosophy taught me by experience and knowledge of the world, and which I have practiced above 30 years. I always made the best of the best, and never made bad worse by fretting. This enabled me to go through the various scenes of life in which I have been an actor, with more pleasure and less pain than most people. You will say, perhaps, one cannot change one's nature, and that if a person is born of a very sensible, gloomy temper, and apt to see things in the worst light, They cannot help it, nor new make themselves. I will admit it to a certain degree, and but to a certain degree. For though we cannot totally change our nature, we may in a great measure correct it, by reflection and philosophy. And some philosophy is a very necessary companion in this world, where, even to the most fortunate, the chances are greatly against happiness. I am not old enough, nor tenacious enough, to pretend not to understand the main purport of your last letter. And to show you that I do, you may draw upon me for £200, which, I hope, will more than clear you. Good night, aquam memento rebus in arduis server mentem. Be neither transported nor depressed by the accidents of life. Letter CCXLIV. Blackheath, May 16, 1759. My dear friend, your secretary's last letter of the 4th, which I received yesterday, has quieted my fears a good deal, but has not entirely dissipated them. Your fever still continues, he says, though in a less degree. Is it a continued fever or an intermitting one? If the former, no wonder that you are weak and that your head aches. If the latter, why has not the bark, in substance and large doses, been administered? For if it had, it must have stopped it by this time. Next post, I hope, will set me quite at ease. Surely you have not been so regular as you ought, either in your medicines or in your general regimen, otherwise this fever would not have returned. For the doctor calls it, your fever returned, as if you had an exclusive patent for it. You have now had illnesses enough to know the value of health, and to make you implicitly follow the prescriptions of your physician in medicines and the rules of your own common sense in diet, in which, I can assure you, from my own experience, that quantity is often worse than quality, and I would rather eat half a pound of bacon at a meal than 2 pounds of any the most wholesome food. I have been settled here near a week, to my great satisfaction. C'est ma place, and I know it, which is not given to everybody. Cut off from social life by my deafness as well as other physical ills, and being at best but the ghost of my former self, I walk here in silence and solitude as becomes a ghost. With this only difference that I walk by day, whereas, to be sure, that other ghosts only appear by night. My health, however, is better than it was last year, thanks to my almost total milk diet. This enables me to vary my solitary amusements and alternately to scribble as well as read, which I could not do last year. Thus I saunter away the remainder, be it more or less, of an agitated and active life, now reduced, and I am not sure that I am a loser by the change to so quiet and serene a one that it may properly be called still life. The French whisper in confidence, in order that it may be the more known and the more credited, that they intend to invade us this year in no less than 3 places. That is England, Scotland, and Ireland. Some of our great men, like the devils, believe and tremble. Others, and one little one whom I know, laugh at it, and in general, it seems to be but a poor, instead of a formidable scarecrow. While somebody was at the head of a moderate army, and wanted I know why to be at the head of a great one, intended invasions were made an article of political faith. And the belief of them was required, as in the church the belief of some absurdities, and even impossibilities, is required upon pain of heresy, excommunication, and consequently damnation, if they tend to the power and interest of the heads of the church. But now that there is a general toleration, and that the best subjects as well as the best Christians may believe what their reasons find their consciences suggest, it is generally and rationally supposed the French will threaten and not strike, since we are so well prepared, both by armies and fleets, to receive, and I may add, to destroy them. Adieu. God bless you. Letter CCXLV. Blackheath, June 15, 1759. My dear friend, your letter of the 5th, which I received yesterday, gave me great satisfaction, being all in your own hand, though it contains great, and I fear just complaints of your ill state of health. You do very well to change the air, and I hope that change will do well by you. I would therefore have you write after the 20th of August to Lord Holderness, to beg of him to obtain His Majesty's leave for you to return to England for 2 or 3 months, upon account of your health. 2 or 3 months is an indefinite time, which may afterward insensibly stretch to what length one pleases. Leave that to me. In the meantime, you may be taking your measures with the best economy. The day before yesterday, an express arrived from Guadeloupe which brought an account of our being in possession of the whole island. And I make no manner of doubt, but that, in about 2 months, we shall have as good news from Crown Point, Quebec, etc. Our affairs in Germany, I fear, will not be equally prosperous, for I have very little hopes for the King of Prussia or Prince Ferdinand. God bless you. Letter CCXLVI. Blackheath, June 25, 1759. My dear friend, the 2 last mails have brought me no letter from you or your secretary. I will take this as a sign that you are better. But however, if you thought that I cared to know, you should have cared to have written. Here the weather has been very fine for a fortnight together, a longer term than in this climate we are used to hold fine weather by. I hope it is so, too, at Hamburg, or at least at the villa to which you are gone. But pray do not let it be your Villa Viciosa, as those retirements are often called, and too often prove. Though, by the way, the original name was Villa Vezzosa, and by wags miscalled Viciosa. I have a most gloomy prospect of affairs in Germany. The French are already in possession of Kassel, and of the learned part of Hanover, that is Göttingen, where I presume they will not stop, poor Alamer Desbel's letters, but rather go on to the capital and study them upon the coin. My old acquaintance, Monsieur Richelieu, made a great progress there in metallic learning and inscriptions. If Prince Ferdinand ventures a battle to prevent it, I dread the consequences. The odds are too great against him. The King of Prussia is still in a worse situation, for he has the Hydra to encounter, and though he may cut off a head or two, there will still be enough left to devour him at last. I have, as you know, long foretold the now approaching catastrophe, but I was Cassandra. Our affairs in the New World have a much more pleasing aspect. Guadeloupe is a great acquisition, and Quebec, which I make no doubt of, will still be greater. But must all these advantages, purchased at the price of so much English blood and treasure, be at last sacrificed as a peace offering? God knows what consequences such a measure may produce. The germ of discontent is already great, upon the bare supposition of the case. But should it be realized, it will grow to a harvest of disaffection. You are now, to be sure, taking the previous necessary measures for your return here in the autumn, and I think you may disband your whole family. Excepting your secretary, your butler, who takes care of your plate, wine, etc., 1 or at most 2 maidservants, and your valet de chambre and 1 footman, whom you will bring over with you. But give no mortal, either there or here, reason to think that you are not to return to Hamburg again. If you are asked about it, say, like Lockhart, that you are le serviteur des evenements, for your present appointments will do you no hurt here, till you have some better destination. At that season of the year, I believe it will be better for you to come by sea than by land, but that you will be best able to judge of from the then circumstances of your part in the world. Your old friend Stevens is dead of the consumption that has long been undermining him. God bless you, and send you health. Letter CCXLV. Bath, February 26, 1761. My dear friend, I am very glad to hear that your election is finally settled, and to say the truth, not sorry that Mr. has been compelled to do, de mauvaise grace, that which he might have done at first in a friendly and handsome manner. However, take no notice of what is past, and live with him as you used to do before. For, in the intercourse of the world, it is often necessary to seem ignorant of what one knows, and to have forgotten what one remembers. I have just now finished Coleman's play and like it very well. It is well conducted, and the characters are well preserved. I own, I expected from the author more dialogue wit, but as I know that he is a most scrupulous classic, I believe he did not dare to put in half so much wit as he could have done, because Terence had not a single grain, and it would have been crimen lesi antiquitatis. God bless you. Letter CCXLVI. Bath, November 21, 1761. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 19th. If I find any alterations by drinking these waters, now 6 days, it is rather for the better. But in 6 days more, I think I shall find with more certainty what humor they are in with me. If kind, I will profit of, but not abuse their kindness. All things have their bounds, quos ultra citrave nequit consister rectum, and I will endeavor to nick that point. The Queen's jointure is larger than, from some reasons, I expected it would be, though not greater than the very last precedent authorized. The case of the late Lord Wilmington was, I fancy, remembered. I have now good reason to believe that Spain will declare war to us, that is, that it will very soon, if it has not already, avowedly assist France, in case the war continues. This will be a great triumph to Mr. Pitt, and fully justify his plan of beginning with Spain first and having the first blow, which is often half the battle. Here is a great deal of company, and what is commonly called good company, that is, great quality. I trouble them very little except at the pump, where my business calls me, for what is company to a deaf man, or a deaf man to company? Lady Brown, whom I have seen, and who, by the way, has got the gout in her eye, inquired very tenderly after you. And so I elegantly rest yours till death. Letter CCXLIX. Bath, December 6, 1761. My dear friend, I have been in your debt some time, which, I am not very apt to be, but it was really for want of specie to pay. The present state of my invention does not enable me to coin, and you would have had as little pleasure in reading, as I should have in writing the coglionery of this place, besides that I am very little mingled in them. I do not know whether I shall be able to follow your advice and cut a winner, for, at present, I have neither won nor lost a single shilling. I will play on this week only, and if I have a good run, I will carry it off with me. If a bad one, the loss can hardly amount to anything considerable in 7 days, for I hope to see you in town tomorrow sevennight. I had a dismal letter from Hart last week. He tells me that he is at nurse with a sister in Berkshire, that he has got a confirmed jaundice besides 20 other distempers. The true cause of these complaints I take to be the same that so greatly disordered, and had nearly destroyed the most august house of Austria, about 130 years ago, I mean Gustavus Adolphus, who neither answered his expectations in point of profit nor reputation, and that merely by his own fault, in not writing it in the vulgar tongue. For as to facts, I will maintain that it is one of the best histories extant. Au revoir, as Sir Fopling says, and God bless you. Letter CCL. Bath, November 2, 1762. My dear friend, I arrived here as I proposed last Sunday, but as ill as I feared I should be when I saw you. Head, stomach, and limbs all out of order. I have yet seen nobody but Villettes, who is settled here for good, as it is called. What consequences has the Duke of Devonshire's resignation had? He has considerable connections and relations, but whether any of them are resigned enough to resign with him is another matter. There will be, to be sure, as many and as absurd reports as there are in the law books. I do not desire to know either, but inform me of what facts come to your knowledge, and of such reports only as you believe are grounded. And so God bless you. Letter CCLIV. Bath, November 13, 1762. My dear friend, I have received your letter and believe that your preliminaries are very near the mark. And upon that supposition, I think we have made a tolerable good bargain with Spain, at least full as good as I expected, and almost as good as I wished, though I do not believe that we have got all Florida. But if we have St. Augustine, I suppose that, by the figure of pars pro toto, will be called all Florida. We have by no means made so good a bargain with France, for in truth, what do we get by it except Canada with a very proper boundary of the river Mississippi? And that is all. As for the restrictions upon the French fishery in Newfoundland, they are very well per la predica, and for the commissary whom we shall employ. For he will have a good salary from hence, to see that those restrictions are complied with, and the French will double that salary, that he may allow them all to be broken through. It is plain to me that the French fishery will be exactly what it was before the war. The 3 Leeward Islands, which the French yield to us, are not altogether worth half so much as that of St. Lucia, which we give up to them. Senegal is not worth 1/4 of Goree. The restrictions of the French in the East Indies are as absurd and impracticable as those of Newfoundland, and you will live to see the French trade to the East Indies, just as they did before the war. But after all I have said, the articles are as good as I expected with France, when I considered that no one single person who carried on this negotiation on our parts was ever concerned or consulted in any negotiation before. Upon the whole, then, the acquisition of Canada has cost us 80 millions sterling. I am convinced we might have kept Guadeloupe if our negotiators had known how to have gone about it. His most faithful Majesty of Portugal is the best off of anybody in this transaction, for he saves his kingdom by it, and has not laid out one moidore in defense of it. Spain, thank God in some measure, pay less pots cassis, for besides St. Augustine, logwood, etc., it has lost at least 4 millions sterling in money, ships, etc. Hart is here, who tells me he has been at this place these 3 years, excepting some few excursions to his sister. He looks ill and laments that he has frequent fits of the yellow jaundice. He complains of his not having heard from you these 4 years. You should write to him. These waters have done me a great deal of good, though I drink but 2/3 of a pint in the whole day, which is less than the soberest of my countrymen drink of claret at every meal. I should naturally think, as you do, that this session will be a stormy one, that is, if Mr. Pitt takes an active part. But if he is pleased, as the ministers say, there is no other Aeolus to blow a storm. The Dukes of Cumberland, Newcastle, and Devonshire have no better troops to attack with than the militia, but Pitt alone is ipse agmen. God bless you. Letter CCLIV. Bath, November 27, 1762. My dear friend, I received your letter this morning and return you the ball à la volée. The King's speech is a very prudent one, and as I suppose that the addresses in answer to it were, as usual, in almost the same words, my Lord Mayor might very well call them innocent. As His Majesty expatiates so much upon the great achievements of the war, I cannot help hoping that, when the preliminaries shall be laid before Parliament in due time, which, I suppose, means after the respective ratifications of all the contracting parties, that some untalked of and unexpected advantage will break out in our treaty with France. St. Lucia, at least. I see in the newspapers an article which I by no means like, in our treaty with Spain, which is, that we shall be at liberty to cut logwood in the Bay of Campeachy, but by paying for it. Who does not see that this condition may, and probably will, amount to a prohibition, by the price which the Spaniards may set it at? It was our undoubted right, and confirmed to us by former treaties before the war to cut logwood gratis. But this new stipulation, if true, gives us a privilege something like a reprieve to a criminal, with a non-obstant to be hanged. I now drink so little water that it can neither do me good nor hurt. But as I bathe but twice a week, that operation, which does my rheumatic carcass good, will keep me here some time longer than you had allowed. Hart is going to publish a new edition of his Gustavus, in octavo, which, he tells me, he has altered, and which I could tell him he should translate into English, or it will not sell better than the former. For, while the world endures, style and manner will be regarded at least as much as matter. And so, deem vous I dans sa sainte garde. Letter CCLIV. Bath, December 13, 1762. My dear friend, I received your letter this morning, with the enclosed preliminaries, which we have had here these 3 days, and I return them, since you intend to keep them, which is more than I believe the French will. I am very glad to find that the French are to restore all the conquests they made upon us in the East Indies during this war. And I cannot doubt but they will likewise restore to us all the cod that they shall take within less than 3 leagues of our coasts in North America, a distance easily measured, especially at sea, according to the spirit, though not the letter of the treaty. I am informed that the strong opposition to the peace will be in the House of Lords, though I cannot well conceive it, nor can I make out above 6 or 7 who will be against it upon a division, unless, which I cannot suppose, some of the bishops should vote on the side of their Maker. God bless you. Letter CCLIV. Bath, December 13, 1762. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter, which gave me a very clear account of the debate in your house. It is impossible for a human creature to speak well for 3 hours and a half. I question even if Belial, who, according to Milton, was the orator of the fallen angels, ever spoke so long at a time. There must have been a trick in Charles Townshend's speaking for the preliminaries, for he is infinitely above having an opinion. Lord Egremont must be ill or have thoughts of going into some other place, perhaps into Lord Granville's, who they say is dying. When he dies, the ablest head in England dies too, take it for all in all. I shall be in town, barring accidents, this day sevennight by dinner time, when I have ordered a haricot, to which you will be very welcome, about 4 o'clock. En attendant de vous I dans sa sainte garde. Letter CCLV. Blackheath, June 14, 1763. My dear friend, I received by the last mail your letter of the 4th from The Hague, so far so good. You arrived sonica at The Hague for our ambassador's entertainment. I find he has been very civil to you. You are in the right to stop for 2 or 3 days at Hanau and make your court to the lady of that place. Your Excellency makes a figure already in the newspapers, and let them, and others, Excellency you as much as they please, but pray suffer not your own servants to do it. Nothing new of any kind has happened here since you went, so I will wish you a good night, and hope God will bless you. Letter CCLVI. Blackheath, July 14, 1763. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter from Ratisbon, where I am glad that you are arrived safe. You are, I find, over head and ears engaged in ceremony and etiquette. You must not yield in anything essential where your public character may suffer, but I advise you at the same time to distinguish carefully what may and what may not affect it, and to despise some German minutiae, such as one step lower or higher upon the stairs, a bow more or less, and such sort of trifles. By what I see in Cressiner's letter to you, the cheapness of wine compensates the quantity, as the cheapness of servants compensates the number that you must make use of. Write to your mother often, if it be but 3 words to prove your existence, for, when she does not hear from you, she knows to a demonstration that you are dead, if not buried. The enclosed is a letter of the utmost consequence, which I was desired to forward, with care and speed, to the most serene Louis. My head is not well today, so God bless you. Letter CCLV. Blackheath, August 1, 1763. My dear friend, I hope that by this time you are pretty well settled at Ratisbon, at least as to the important points of the ceremonial, so that you may know to precision to whom you must give and from whom you must require the sen excellence. Those formalities are, no doubt, ridiculous enough in themselves, but yet they are necessary for manners and sometimes for business, and both would suffer by laying them quite aside. I have lately had an attack of a new complaint, which I have long suspected that I had in my body, in actu primo, as the pedants call it, but which I never felt in actu secundo till last week, and that is a fit of the stone or gravel. It was, thank God, but a slight one, but it was Dan's touts less forms, for it was preceded by a pain in my loins, which I at first took for some remains of my rheumatism, but was soon convinced of my mistake, by making water much blacker than coffee, with a prodigious sediment of gravel. I am now perfectly easy again, and have no more indications of this complaint. God keep you from that and deafness. Other complaints are the common, and almost the inevitable lot of human nature, but admit of some mitigation. God bless you. Letter CCLVI. Blackheath, August 22, 1763. My dear friend, you will, by this post, hear from others that Lord Egremont died 2 days ago of an apoplexy, which from his figure and the constant plethora he lived in was reasonably to be expected. You will ask me who is to be secretary in his room, to which I answer that I do not know. I should guess Lord Sandwich to be succeeded in the Admiralty by Charles Townshend, unless the Duke of Bedford, who seems to have taken to himself the department of Europe, should have a mind to it. This event may perhaps produce others, but till this happened, everything was in a state of inaction, and absolutely nothing was done. Before the next session, this chaos must necessarily take some form, either by a new jumble of its own atoms, or by mixing them with the more efficient ones of the opposition. I see by the newspapers, as well as by your letter, that the difficulties still exist about your ceremonial at Ratisbon. Should they, from pride and folly, prove insuperable and obstruct your real business, there is one expedient which may perhaps remove difficulties, and which I have often known practiced, but which I believe our people know here nothing of. It is to have the character of minister only in your ostensible title, and that of envoy extraordinary in your pocket, to produce occasionally, especially if you should be sent to any of the electors in your neighborhood. Or else, in any transactions that you may have, in which your title of envoy extraordinary may create great difficulties, to have a reversal given you, declaring that the temporary suspension of that character, ni donora palamoinder attaint nigh a vos droits, nigh a vos pretensions. As for the rest, divert yourself as well as you can, and eat and drink as little as you can. And so God bless you. Letter CCLIX. Blackheath, September 1, 1763. My dear friend, great news. The King sent for Mr. Pitt last Saturday, and the conference lasted a full hour. On the Monday following another conference, which lasted much longer, and yesterday a third, longer than either. You take for granted that the treaty was concluded and ratified. No such matter, for this last conference broke it entirely off, and Mr. Pitt and Lord Temple went yesterday evening to their respective country houses. Would you know what it broke off upon? You must ask the newsmongers and the coffee houses, who, I dare say, know it all very minutely. But I, who am not apt to know anything that I do not know, honestly and humbly confess that I cannot tell you. Probably one party asked too much, and the other would grant too little. However, the king's dignity was not, in my mind, much consulted by their making him sole plenipotentiary of a treaty, which they were not in all events determined to conclude. It ought surely to have been begun by some inferior agent, and His Majesty should only have appeared in rejecting or ratifying it. Louis Roman XIV. Never sat down before a town in person, that was not sure to be taken. However, si qui est differ est pas perdu. For this matter must be taken up again, and concluded before the meeting of the Parliament, and probably upon more disadvantageous terms to the present ministers, who have tacitly admitted, by this negotiation, what their enemies have loudly proclaimed, that they are not able to carry on affairs. So much de re politica. I have at last done the best office that can be done to most married people. That is, I have fixed the separation between my brother and his wife, and the definitive treaty of peace will be proclaimed in about a fortnight, for the only solid and lasting peace between a man and his wife is, doubtless, a separation. God bless you. Letter CCLX. Blackheath, September 30, 1763. My dear friend, you will have known long before this from the office that the departments are not cast as you wished, for Lord Halifax, as senior, had of course his choice and chose the Southern upon account of the colonies. The ministry, such as it is now settled en attendant mea, but in my opinion cannot, as they are, meet the Parliament. The only and all the efficient people they have are in the House of Lords. For since Mr. Pitt has firmly engaged Charles Townshend to him, there is not a man of the court side, in the House of Commons, who has either abilities or words enough to call a coach. Lord B is certainly playing un dessous de cartes, and I suspect that it is with Mr. Pitt, but what that dessous is, I do not know, though all the coffee houses do most exactly. The present inaction, I believe, gives you leisure enough for ennui, but it gives you time enough too for better things. I mean reading useful books, and, what is still more useful, conversing with yourself some part of every day. Lord Shaftesbury recommends self-conversation to all authors, and I would recommend it to all men, they would be the better for it. Some people have not time, and fewer have inclination, to enter into that conversation. Nay, very many dread it and fly to the most trifling dissipations in order to avoid it. But if a man would allot half an hour every night for this self-conversation, and recapitulate with himself whatever he has done, right or wrong, in the course of the day, he would be both the better and the wiser for it. My deafness gives me more than a sufficient time for self-conversation, and I have found great advantages from it. My brother and Lady Stanhope are at last finally parted. I was the negotiator between them, and had so much trouble in it that I would much rather negotiate the most difficult point of the jus publicum sacri Romani imperii, with the whole diet of Ratisbon, than negotiate any point with any woman. If my brother had had some of those self-conversations, which I recommend, he would not, I believe, at past 60, with a crazy, battered constitution and deaf into the bargain, have married a young girl, just turned of 20, full of health and consequently of desires, but who takes warning by the fate of others. This, perhaps, proceeds from a negligence of self-conversation. God bless you. Letter CCLXI. Blackheath, October 17, 1763. My dear friend, the last mail brought me your letter of the 2d instant, as the former had brought me that of the 25th past. I did suppose that you would be sent over for the first day of the session, as I never knew a stricter muster and no furloughs allowed. I am very sorry for it, for the reasons you hint at, but however you did very prudently in doing, de bonne grace, what you could not help doing, and let that be your rule in everything for the rest of your life. Avoid disagreeable things as much as by dexterity you can, but when they are unavoidable, do them with seeming willingness and alacrity. Though this journey is ill-timed for you in many respects, yet, in point of finances, you will be a gainer by it upon the whole, for depend upon it, they will keep you here till the very last day of the session, and I suppose you have sold your horses and dismissed some of your servants. though they seem to apprehend the first day of the sessions so much. In my opinion, their danger will be much greater in the course of it. When you are at Paris, you will of course wait upon Lord Hertford and desire him to present you to the king. At the same time make my compliments to him, and thank him for the very obliging message he left at my house in town. And tell him that had I received it in time from thence, I would have come to town on purpose to have returned it in person. If there are any new little books at Paris, pray bring them me. I have already Voltaire's Zéli's dans le Bain, his Droit du Seigneur, and Olympe. Do not forget to call once at Madame Monconseil's, and as often as you please at Madame Dupin's. Au revoir. Letter CCLXXIII. Bath, November 24, 1763. My dear friend, I arrived here, as you suppose in your letter, last Sunday, but after the worst day's journey I ever had in my life. It snowed and froze that whole morning, and in the evening it rained and thawed, which made the roads so slippery that I was 6 hours coming post from the Devizes, which is but 18 miles from hence. So that, but for the name of coming post, I might as well have walked on foot. I have not yet quite got over my last violent attack, and am weak and flimsy. I have now drank the waters but 3 days, so that, without a miracle, I cannot yet expect much alteration, and I do not in the least expect a miracle. If they proved less eau de juvence to me, that would be a miracle indeed. But, as the late Pope Lambertini said, fra noi gli miracoli sono passati gerd un pezzo. I have seen Hart, who inquired much after you. He is dejected and dispirited, and thinks himself much worse than he is, though he has really a tendency to the jaundice. I have yet seen nobody else, nor do I know who here is to be seen, for I have not yet exhibited myself to public view, except at the pump, which, at the time I go to it, is the most private place in Bath. After all the fears and hopes, occasioned severally by the meeting of the Parliament, in my opinion, it will prove a very easy session. Mr. Wilkes is universally given up, and if the ministers themselves do not wantonly raise difficulties, I think they will meet with none. A majority of 200 is a great anodyne. Adieu. God bless you. Letter CCLXXIII. Bath, December 3, 1763. My dear friend, last post brought me your letter of the 29th past. I suppose C.T. let off his speech upon the princess's portion, chiefly to show that he was of the opposition. For otherwise, the point was not debatable, unless as to the quantum, against which something might be said. For the late Princess of Orange, who was the eldest daughter of a king, had no more, and her 2 sisters but half, if I am not mistaken. It is a great mercy that Mr. Wilkes, the intrepid defender of our rights and liberties, is out of danger, and may live to fight and write again in support of them. And it is no less a mercy that God hath raised up the Earl of S to vindicate and promote true religion and morality. These 2 blessings will justly make an epoch in the annals of this country. I have delivered your message to Hart, who waits with impatience for your letter. He is very happy now in having free access to all Lord Craven's papers, which, he says, give him great lights into the bellum tricenale. The old Lord Craven having been the professed and valorous knight-errant, and perhaps something more, to the Queen of Bohemia. At least, like Sir Peter Pride, he had the honor of spending great part of his estate in her royal cause. I am by no means right yet. I am very weak and flimsy still, but the doctor assures me that strength and spirits will return. If they do, lucro upon I will make the best of them. If they do not, I will not make their want still worse by grieving and regretting them. I have lived long enough and observed enough to estimate most things at their intrinsic and not their imaginary value, and at 70, I find nothing much worth either desiring or fearing. But these reflections, which suit with 70, would be greatly premature at 32. So make the best of your time, enjoy the present hour, but memor ultimi. God bless you. Letter CCLXXIV. Bath, December 18, 1763. My dear friend, I received your letter this morning, in which you reproach me with not having written to you this week. The reason was that I did not know what to write. There is that sameness in my life here that every day is still but as the first. I see very few people, and, in the literal sense of the word, I hear nothing. Mr. L and Mr. C I hold to be 2 very ingenious men, and your image of the 2 men ruined, one by losing his lawsuit and the other by carrying it, is a very just one. To be sure, they felt in themselves uncommon talents for business and speaking, which were to reimburse them. Hart has a great poetical work to publish before it be long. He has shown me some parts of it. He had entitled it Emblems, but I persuaded him to alter that name for two reasons. The first was because they were not emblems, but fables. The second was that if they had been emblems, Quarles had degraded and vilified that name to such a degree that it is impossible to make use of it after him. So they are to be called fables, though moral tales would, in my mind, be the properest name. If you ask me what I think of those I have seen, I must say that sunt plura bona, quidem mediocria, et quidem. Your report of future changes, I cannot think is wholly groundless, for it still runs strongly in my head that the mine we talked of will be sprung, at or before the end of the session. I have got a little more strength, but not quite the strength of Hercules, so that I will not undertake, like him, 50 deflorations in one night, for I really believe that I could not compass them. So good night, and God bless you. Letter CCLXV. Bath, December 24, 1763. Dear friend, I confess I was a good deal surprised at your pressing me so strongly to influence Parson Rosenhagen, when you well know the resolution I had made several years ago, and which I have scrupulously observed ever since, not to concern myself, directly or indirectly, in any party political contest whatsoever. Let parties go to loggerheads as much and as long as they please. I will neither endeavor to part them, nor take the part of either, for I know them all too well. But you say that Lord Sandwich has been remarkably civil and kind to you. I am very glad of it, and he can by no means impute to you my obstinacy, folly, or philosophy, call it what you please. You may with great truth assure him that you did all you could to obey his commands. I am sorry to find that you are out of order, but I hope it is only a cold. Should it be anything more, pray consult Dr. Mady, who did you so much good in your last illness, when the great medicinal matadors did you rather harm. I have found a Monsieur Diaphorus here, Dr. Moisey, who has really done me a great deal of good, and I am sure I wanted it a great deal when I came here first. I have recovered some strength, and a little more will give me as much as I can make use of. Lady Brown, whom I saw yesterday, makes you many compliments, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and a good night. Adieu. Letter CCLXVI. Bath, December 31, 1763. My dear friend, Gravencup wrote me word by the last post that you were laid up with the gout, but I much question it, that is, whether it is the gout or not. Your last illness, before you went abroad, was pronounced the gout by the skillful, and proved at last a mere rheumatism. Take care that the same mistake is not made this year, and that by giving you strong and hot medicines to throw out the gout, they do not inflame the rheumatism, if it be one. Mr. Wilkes has imitated some of the great men of antiquity by going into voluntary exile. It was his only way of defeating both his creditors and his prosecutors. Whatever his friends, if he has any, give out of his returning soon, I will answer for it, that it will be a long time before that soon comes. I have been much out of order these 4 days of a violent cold, which I do not know how I got, and which obliged me to suspend drinking the waters. But it is now so much better that I propose resuming them for this week, and paying my court to you in town on Monday or Tuesday seven-night. But this is sub spe rati only. God bless you. Letter CCLXV. Blackheath, July 20, 1764. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 3D from Prague, but I never received that which you mention from Ratisbon. This made me think you in such rapid motion that I did not know where to take aim. I now suppose that you are arrived, though not yet settled, at Dresden. Your audiences and formalities are, to be sure, over, and that is great ease of mind to you. I have no political events to acquaint you with. The summer is not the season for them, they ripen only in winter. Great ones are expected immediately before the meeting of Parliament, but that, you know, is always the language of fears and hopes. However, I rather believe that there will be something patched up between the ins and the outs. The whole subject of conversation at present is the death and will of Lord Bath. He has left above £1,200 in land and money, £400,000 in cash, stocks, and mortgages. His own estate in land was improved to £15,000 a year, and the Bradford estate, which he is as much, both which, at only 25 years' purchase, amount to £800,000. And all this he has left to his brother, General Pulteney, and in his own disposal, though he never loved him. The legacies he has left are trifling, for in truth he cared for nobody. The words give and bequeath were too shocking for him to repeat, and so he left all in one word to his brother. The public, which was long the dupe of his simulation and dissimulation, begins to explain upon him, and draws such a picture of him as I gave you long ago. Your late secretary has been with me 3 or 4 times. He wants something or another, and it seems all one to him what, whether civil or military, in plain English, he wants bread. He has knocked at the doors of some of the ministers, but to no purpose. I wish with all my heart that I could help him. I told him fairly that I could not, but advised him to find some channel to Lord B, which, though a Scotchman, he told me he could not. He brought a packet of letters from the office to you, which I made him seal up, and keep it for you, as I suppose it makes up the series of your Ratisbon letters. As for me, I am just what I was when you left me, that is, nobody. Old age steals upon me insensibly. I grow weak and decrepit, but do not suffer, and so I am content. Forbes brought me 4 books of yours, 2 of which were Bielefeldt's, letters, in which, to my knowledge, there are many notorious lies. Make my compliments to Count Einsiedel, whom I love and honor much, and so good night to Sen Excellence. Now our correspondence may be more regular, and I expect a letter from you every fortnight. I will be regular on my part, but write oftener to your mother, if it be but 3 lines. Letter CCLXXVI. Blackheath, July 271,764. My dear friend, I received, 2 days ago, your letter of the 11th from Dresden, where I am very glad that you are safely arrived at last. The prices of the necessaries of life are monstrous there, and I do not conceive how the poor natives subsist at all, after having been so long and so often plundered by their own as well as by other sovereigns. As for procuring you either the title or the appointments of plenipotentiary, I could as soon procure them from the Turkish as from the English ministry, and, in truth, I believe they have it not to give. Now to come to your civil list, if one may compare small things with great. I think I have found out a better refreshment for it than you propose. For tomorrow I shall send to your cashier, Mr. Larpent, £500 at once, for your use, which I presume is better than by quarterly payments, and I am very apt to think that next Midsummer Day he will have the same sum, and for the same use, consigned to him. It is reported here, and I believe not without some foundation, that the Queen of Hungary has acceded to the family compact between France and Spain. If so, I am sure it behooves us to form in time a counter-alliance of at least equal strength, which I could easily point out, but which, I fear, is not thought of here. The rage of marrying is very prevalent, so that there will be probably a great crop of cuckolds next winter, who are at present only coccus and herbs. It will contribute to population, and so far must be allowed to be a public benefit. Lord G, Mr. B, and Mr. D are in this respect very meritorious, for they have all married handsome women without 1 shilling fortune. Lord must indeed take some pains to arrive at that dignity, but I dare say he will bring it about by the help of some young Scotch or Irish officer. Good night, and God bless you. Letter CCLXXIX. Blackheath, September 3, 1764. Dear friend, I have received your letter of the 13th past. I see that your complete arrangement approaches, and you need not be in a hurry to give entertainments, since so few others do. Count Fleming is the man in the world the best calculated to retrieve the Saxon finances, which have been all this century squandered and lavished with the most absurd profusion. He has certainly abilities, and I believe integrity. I dare answer for him that the gentleness and flexibility of his temper will not prevail with him to yield to the importunities of craving and petulant applications. I see in him another Sully, and therefore I wish he were at the head of our finances. France and Spain both insult us, and we take it too tamely, for this is, in my opinion, the time for us to talk high to them. France, I am persuaded, will not quarrel with us till it has got a navy at least equal to ours, which cannot be these 3 or 4 years at soonest, and then, indeed, I believe we shall hear of something or other. Therefore, this is the moment for us to speak loud, and we shall be feared if we do not show that we fear. Here is no domestic news of changes and chances in the political world, which, like oysters, are only in season in the R months when the Parliament sits. I think there will be some then, but of what kind, God knows. I have received a book for you and one for myself from Hart. It is upon agriculture and will surprise you, as I confess it did me. This work is not only in English, but good and elegant English. He has even scattered graces upon his subject, and in prose has come very near Virgil's Georgics in verse. I have written to him to congratulate his happy transformation. As soon as I can find an opportunity, I will send you your copy. You, though no Agricola, will read it with pleasure. I know Mackenzie, whom you mention. Sayun Delay, said Cave. Make mine and Lady Chesterfield's compliments to Comte et Comtesse Fleming. And so, Dieu vous en soit Saint Garde. Letter CCLXX. Blackheath, September 14, 1764. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 30th past, by which I find that you had not then got mine, which I sent you the day after I had received your former. You have had no great loss of it, for as I told you in my last, this inactive season of the year supplies no materials for a letter. The winter may, and probably will, produce an abundant crop, but of what grain I neither know, guess, nor care. I take it for granted that Lord B. Cernigera encore, but by the assistance of what bladders or cork waistcoats God only knows. The death of poor Mr. Legge, the epileptic fits of the Duke of Devonshire, for which he is gone to Aix-la-Chapelle, and the advanced age of the Duke of Newcastle, seem to facilitate an accommodation, if Mr. Pitt and Lord Bute are inclined to it. You ask me what I think of the death of poor Iwin, and of the person who ordered it. You may remember that I often said she would murder or marry him, or probably both. She has chosen the safest alternative, and has now completed her character of femme forte, above scruples and hesitation. If Machiavel were alive, she would probably be his heroine, as Caesar Borgia was his hero. Women are all so far Machiavellians that they are never either good or bad by halves. Their passions are too strong, and their reason too weak, to do anything with moderation. She will, perhaps, meet, before it is long, with some Scythian as free from prejudices as herself. If there is one Oliver Cromwell in the 3 regiments of guards, he will probably, for the sake of his dear country, depose and murder her. For that is one and the same thing in Russia. You seem now to have settled, and by en nip at Dresden, 4 sedentary footmen and 1 running one, font equipage lest. The German ones will give you, sen excellence, and the French ones, if you have any, monseigneur. My own health varies, as usual, but never deviates into good. God bless you and send you better. Letter CCLXXI. Blackheath, October 4, 1764. My dear friend, I have now your last letter of the 16th past lying before me, and I gave your enclosed to Grevencup, which has put him into a violent bustle to execute your commissions, as well and as cheap as possible. I refer him to his own letter. He tells you true as to Comtesse Cosel's diamonds, which certainly nobody will buy here, unsight unseen, as they call it, so many minutiae concurring to increase or lessen the value of a diamond. Your Cheshire cheese, your Burton ale and beer, I charge myself with, and they shall be sent you as soon as possible. Upon this occasion, I will give you a piece of advice, which by experience I know to be useful. In all commissions, whether from men or women, point to galantery, bring them in your account, and be paid to the uttermost farthing. But if you would show them une galantery, let your present be of something that is not in your commission, otherwise you will be the commissionaire banal of all the women of Saxony. Apropos, who is your Comtesse de Cosel? Is she daughter or granddaughter of the famous Madame de Cosel in King Augustus's time? Is she young or old, ugly or handsome? I do not wonder that people are wonderfully surprised at our tameness and forbearance with regard to France and Spain. Spain, indeed, has lately agreed to our cutting log wood, according to the treaty, and sent strict orders to their governor to allow it. But you will observe, too, that there is not one word of reparation for the losses we lately sustained there. But France is not even so tractable. It will pay but half the money due, upon a liquidated account, for the maintenance of their prisoners. Our request to have the Comte d'Estaing recalled and censured, they have absolutely rejected, though by the laws of war he might be hanged for having twice broke his parole. This does not do France honor. However, I think we shall be quiet, and that at the only time, perhaps this century, when we might with safety be otherwise. But this is nothing new, nor the first time by many, when national honor and interest have been sacrificed to private. It has always been so, and one may say, upon this occasion, what Horace says upon another, nam fuit ante Hellenam. I have seen Les Contes de Guillaume Vade, and like most of them so little that I can hardly think them Voltaire's, but rather the scraps that have fallen from his table and been worked up by inferior workmen under his name. I have not seen the other book you mention, the Dictionnaire Portatif. It is not yet come over. I shall next week go to take my winter quarters in London, the weather here being very cold and damp and not proper for an old, shattered and cold carcass like mine. In November, I will go to the Bath, to careen myself for the winter and to shift the scene. Good night. Letter CCLXXIII. London, October 19, 1764. My dear friend, yesterday morning Mr. came to me, from Lord Halifax, to ask me whether I thought you would approve of vacating your seat in Parliament, during the remainder of it, upon a valuable consideration, meaning money. My answer was that I really did not know your disposition upon that subject, but that I knew you would be very willing, in general, to accommodate them so far as lay in your power, that your election, to my knowledge, had cost you £2,000, that this Parliament had not sat above half its time, and that, for my part, I approved of the measure well enough, provided you had an equitable equivalent. I take it for granted that you will have a letter from, by this post, to that effect, so that you must consider what you will do. What I advise is this. Give them a good deal of galbanum in the first part of your letter. Le galbanum ne caut rien, and then say that you are willing to do as they please, but that you hope an equitable consideration will be had to the £2,000, which your seat cost you in the present Parliament, of which not above half the term is expired. Moreover, that you take the liberty to remind them that your being sent from Ratisbon, last session, when you were just settled there, put you to the expense of £300 or £400, for which you were allowed nothing, and that, therefore, you hope they will not think £1,000 too much, considering all these circumstances, but that, in all events, you will do whatever they desire. Upon the whole, I think this proposal advantageous to you, as you probably will not make use of your seat this Parliament, and further, as it will secure you from another unpaid journey from Dresden, in case they meet, or fear to meet, with difficulties in any ensuing session of the present Parliament. Whatever one must do, one should do de bonne grace. Dixie, God bless you. Letter CCLXXII. Bath, November 10, 1764. My dear friend, I am much concerned at the account you gave me of yourself in your last letter. There is, to be sure, at such a town as Dresden, at least some one very skillful physician, whom I hope you have consulted, and I would have you acquaint him with all your several attacks of this nature, from your great one at Laubach to your late one at Dresden. Tell him, too, that in your last illness in England, the physicians mistook your case, and treated it as the gout, till Mady came, who treated it as a rheumatism and cured you. In my own opinion, you have never had the gout, but always the rheumatism, which, to my knowledge, is as painful as the gout can possibly be, and should be treated in a quite different way. That is, by cooling medicines and regimen, instead of those inflammatory cordials which they always administer where they suppose the gout, to keep it, as they say, out of the stomach. I have been here now just a week, but have hitherto drank so little of the water that I can neither speak well nor ill of it. The number of people in this place is infinite, but very few whom I know. Hart seems settled here for life. He is not well, that is certain, but not so ill neither as he thinks himself, or at least would be thought. I long for your answer to my last letter, containing a certain proposal, which, by this time, I suppose has been made you, and which, in the main, I approve of your accepting. God bless you, my dear friend, and send you better health. Adieu. Letter CCLXXIV. London, February 26, 1765. My dear friend, your last letter of the 5th gave me as much pleasure as your former had given me uneasiness, and Larpent's acknowledgment of his negligence frees you from those suspicions, which I own I did entertain, and which I believe every one would, in the same concurrence of circumstances, have entertained. So much for that. You may depend upon what I promised you, before midsummer next at farthest, and at least. All I can say of the affair between you, of the corps diplomatique, and the Saxon ministers, is, que voilà bien du brute pour une omelette au lard. It will most certainly be soon made up. And in that negotiation show yourself as moderate and healing as your instructions from hence will allow, especially to Comte de Fleming. The King of Prussia, I believe, has a mind to insult him personally, as an old enemy, or else to quarrel with Saxony, that dares not quarrel with him. But some of the corps diplomatique here assure me it is only a pretense to recall his envy, and to send, when matters shall be made up, a little secretary there, a moins de Frakes, as he does now to Paris and London. Comte Brule is much in fashion here. I like him mightily. He is very much le ton de la bonne campagne. Poor Schrader died last Saturday without the least pain or sickness. God bless you. Letter CCLXXV. London, April 22, 1765. My dear friend, the day before yesterday, I received your letter of the 3D instant. I find that your important affair of the ceremonial is adjusted at last, as I foresaw it would be. Such minutiae are often laid hold on as a pretense for powers who have a mind to quarrel, but are never tenaciously insisted upon where there is neither interest nor inclination to break. Count Fleming, though a hot, is a wise man, and I was sure would not break, both with England and Hanover, upon so trifling a point, especially during a minority. Apropos of a minority, the king is to come to the House tomorrow to recommend a bill to settle a regency in case of his demise while his successor is a minor. Upon the king's late illness, which was no trifling one, the whole nation cried out aloud for such a bill, for reasons which will readily occur to you, who know situations, persons, and characters here. I do not know the particulars of this intended bill, but I wish it may be copied exactly from that which was passed in the late king's time, when the present king was a minor. I am sure there cannot be a better. You inquire about Monsieur de Guerchy's affair, and I will give you as succinct an account as I can of so extraordinary and perplexed a transaction, but without giving you my own opinion of it by the common post. You know what passed at first between Mr. de Guerchy and Monsieur Dion, in which both our ministers and Monsieur de Guerchy, from utter inexperience in business, puzzled themselves into disagreeable difficulties. About 3 or 4 months ago, Monsieur du Vergy published in a brochure a parcel of letters from himself to the Duc de Choiseul, in which he positively asserts that Monsieur de Guerchy prevailed with him, Vergy, to come over into England to assassinate Dion. The words are, as well as I remember, Quasi enerate pas pour si servir de sa plume, mais de son épée, quan le demandait en Angleterre. This accusation of assassination, you may imagine, shocked Monsieur de Guerchy, who complained bitterly to our ministers, and they both puzzled on for some time without doing anything, because they did not know what to do. At last du Vergy, about 2 months ago, applied himself to the grand jury of Middlesex, and made oath that Mr. de Guerchy had hired him, du Vergy, to assassinate Dion. Upon this deposition, the grand jury found a bill of intended murder against Monsieur de Guerchy, which bill, however, never came to the petty jury. The king granted a noli prosqui in favor of Monsieur de Guerchy, and the Attorney General is actually prosecuting du Vergy. Whether the king can grant a noli prosqui in a criminal case, and whether le droit des gens extends to criminal cases, are 2 points which employ our domestic politicians and the whole corps diplomatique. En fin, to use a very coarse and vulgar saying, il y a de la merde bout du baton, quelque part. I see and hear these storms from shore, suave mari magno, etc. I enjoy my own security and tranquillity, together with better health than I had reason to expect at my age, and with my constitution. However, I feel a gradual decay, though a gentle one, and I think that I shall not tumble, but slide gently to the bottom of the hill of life. When that will be, I neither know nor care, for I am very weary. God bless you. Mallet died 2 days ago of a diarrhea, which he had carried with him to France and brought back again hither. Letter CCLXXVI. Blackheath, July 2, 1765. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 22d past, and I delayed answering your former in daily, or rather hourly expectation of informing you of the birth of a new ministry. But in vain, for, after 1,000 conferences, all things remain still in the state which I described to you in my last. Lord S. has, I believe, given you a pretty true account of the present state of things, but my lord is much mistaken, I am persuaded, when he says that the king has thought proper to re-establish his old servants in the management of his affairs. For he shows them all the public dislike possible, and, at his levee, hardly speaks to any of them, but speaks by the hour to anybody else. Conferences, in the meantime, go on, of which it is easy to guess the main subject, but impossible, for me at least, to know the particulars. But this I will venture to prophesy, that the whole will soon center in Mr. Pitt. You seem not to know the character of the Queen. Here it is. She is a good woman, a good wife, a tender mother, and an unmeddling queen. The king loves her as a woman, but I verily believe has never yet spoke one word to her about business. I have now told you all that I know of these affairs, which I believe is as much as anybody else knows who is not in the secret. In the meantime, you easily guess that surmises, conjectures, and reports are infinite. And if, as they say, truth is but 1,000,000 at least of these reports must be false, for they differ exceedingly. You have lost an honest servant by the death of poor Louis. I would advise you to take a clever young Saxon in his room, of whose character you may get authentic testimonies, instead of sending for one to France, whose character you can only know from far. When I hear more, I will write more, till when God bless you. Letter CCLXXV. Blackheath, July 15, 1765. My dear friend, I told you in my last that you should hear from me again as soon as I had anything more to write, and now I have too much to write, therefore will refer you to the Gazette and the office letters for all that has been done, and advise you to suspend your opinion, as I do, about all that is to be done. Many more changes are talked of, but so idly and variously that I give credit to none of them. There has been pretty clean sweeping already, and I do not remember in my time to have seen so much at once as an entire new Board of Treasury and 2 new Secretaries of State, cum multis aliis, etc. Here is a new political arch almost built, but of materials of so different a nature, and without a keystone that it does not, in my opinion, indicate either strength or duration. It will certainly require repairs and a keystone next winter, and that keystone will and must necessarily be Mr. Pitt. It is true he might have been that keystone now, and would have accepted it, but not without Lord Temple's consent, and Lord Temple positively refused. There was evidently some trick in this, but what is past my conjecturing? Davis sum non Oedipus. There is a manifest interregnum in the Treasury, for I do suppose that Lord Rockingham and Mr. Dowdeswell will not think proper to be very active. General Conway, who is your secretary, has certainly parts at least equal to his business, to which, I dare say, he will apply. The same may be said, I believe, of the Duke of Grafton, and indeed there is no magic requisite for the executive part of those employments. The ministerial part is another thing. They must scramble with their fellow servants for power and favor as well as they can. Foreign affairs are not so much as mentioned, and, I verily believe, not thought of. But surely some counterbalance would be necessary to the family compact, and, if not soon contracted, will be too late. God bless you. Letter CCLXXV. Blackheath, August 17, 1765. My dear friend, you are now 2 letters in my debt, and I fear the gout has been the cause of your contracting that debt. When you are not able to write yourself, let your secretary send me 2 or 3 lines to acquaint me how you are. You have now seen by the London Gazette what changes have really been made at court, but at the same time I believe you have seen that there must be more before a ministry can be settled. What those will be, God knows. Were I to conjecture, I should say that the whole will center, before it is long, in Mr. Pitt and Co., the present being an heterogeneous jumble of youth and caducity, which cannot be efficient. Charles Townshend calls the present a lute-string ministry, fit only for the summer. The next session will be not only a warm, but a violent one, as you will easily judge, if you look over the names of the ins and of the outs. I feel this beginning of the autumn, which is already very cold. The leaves are withered, fall apace, and seem to intimate that I must follow them, which I shall do without reluctance, being extremely weary of this silly world. God bless you, both in it and after it. Letter CCLXIX. Blackheath, August 25, 1765. My dear friend, I received but 4 days ago your letter of the 2d instant. I find by it that you are well, for you are in good spirits. Your notion of the new birth or regeneration of the ministry is a very just one, and that they have not yet the true seal of the covenant is, I dare say, very true. At least it is not in the possession of either of the secretaries of state, who have only the king's seal. Nor do I believe, whatever his grace may imagine, that it is even in the possession of the Lord Privy Seal. I own I am lost. In considering the present situation of affairs, different conjectures present themselves to my mind, but none that it can rest upon. The next session must necessarily clear up matters a good deal, for I believe it will be the warmest and most acrimonious one that has been known since that of the excise. The late ministry, the present opposition, are determined to attack Lord B publicly in Parliament, and reduce the late opposition, the present ministry, to protect him publicly, in consequence of their supposed treaty with him. And attendant mia, the paper war is carried on with much fury and scurrility on all sides, to the great entertainment of such lazy and impartial people as myself. I do not know whether you have the Daily Advertiser and the Public Advertiser, in which all political letters are inserted, and some very well-written ones on both sides. But I know that they amuse me, tant bien que mal, for an hour or two every morning. Lord T is the supposed author of the pamphlet you mention, but I think it is above him. Perhaps his brother CT, who is by no means satisfied with the present arrangement, may have assisted him privately. As to this latter, there was a good ridiculous paragraph in the newspapers 2 or 3 days ago. We hear that the Right Honourable Mr. CT is indisposed at his house in Oxfordshire of a pain in his side, but it is not said in which side. I do not find that the Duke of York has yet visited you. If he should, it may be expensive, mise en trouver a moyen. As for the lady, if you should be very sharp set for some English flesh, she has it amply in her power to supply you if she pleases. Pray tell me in your next what you think of and how you like Prince Henry of Prussia. God bless you. Letter CCLXXX. My dear friend, your great character of Prince Henry, which I take to be a very just one, lowers the King of Prussia's a great deal, and probably that is the cause of their being so ill together. But the King of Prussia, with his good parts, should reflect upon that trite and true maxim, qui invidit minor, or Mr. de la Rochefoucault, s, quae envy estila plus bastatouts les passions, puisque avow biendes crimes, misque personi en avow envy. I thank God, I never was sensible of that dark and vile passion, except that formerly I have sometimes envied a successful rival with a fine woman. But now that cause is ceased, and consequently the effects. What shall I, or rather what can I tell you of the political world here? The late ministers accuse the present with having done nothing, the present accuse the late ones with having done much worse than nothing. Their writers abuse one another most scurrilously, but sometimes with wit. I look upon this to be peloder and attendant party, till battle begins in St. Stephen's Chapel. How that will end, I protest I cannot conjecture. Any farther than this, that if Mr. Pitt does not come into the assistance of the present ministers, they will have much to do to stand their ground. CT will play booty, and who else have they? Nobody but C, who has only good sense, but not the necessary talents nor experience. Sier viros martem excendir cantu. I never remember, in all my time, to have seen so problematical a state of affairs, and a man would be much puzzled which side to bet on. Your guest, Miss C, is another problem which I cannot solve. She no more wanted the waters of Carlsbad than you did. Is it to show the Duke of Kingston that he cannot live without her? A dangerous experiment, which may possibly convince him that he can. There is a trick, no doubt in it, but what, I neither know nor care. You did very well to show her civilities. Cela ni gut jamais rien. I will go to my waters, that is, the bath waters, in 3 weeks or a month, more for the sake of bathing than of drinking. The hot bath always promotes my perspiration, which is sluggish, and supples my stiff rheumatic limbs. Delors, I am at present as well, and better than I could reasonably expect to be, annu septuagesimo primo. May you be so as long, why Moz, God bless you. Letter CCLXXXI. London, October 25, 1765. My dear friend, I received your letter of the 10th Sonica, for I set out for Bath tomorrow morning. If the use of those waters does me no good, the shifting the scene for some time will at least amuse me a little, and at my age, and with my infirmities, ill faut faire de tout boys fetch. Some variety is as necessary for the mind as some medicines are for the body. Here is a total stagnation of politics, which, I suppose, will continue till the Parliament sits to do business, and that will not be till about the middle of January. For the meeting on the 17th December is only for the sake of some new writs. The late ministers threaten the present ones, but the latter do not seem in the least afraid of the former, and for a very good reason, which is, that they have the distribution of the loaves and fishes. I believe it is very certain that Mr. Pitt will never come into this, or any other administration. He is absolutely a cripple all the year, and in violent pain at least half of it. Such physical ills are great checks to two of the strongest passions to which human nature is liable, love and ambition. Though I cannot persuade myself that the present ministry can be long-lived, I can as little imagine who or what can succeed them, tel est ladicet de sujets papables. The Duke swears that he will have Lord personally attacked in both houses, but I do not see how, without endangering himself at the same time. Miss C is safely arrived here, and her Duke is fonder of her than ever. It was a dangerous experiment that she tried in leaving him so long, but it seems she knew her man. I pity you for the inundation of your good countrymen, which overwhelms you. G sighs C quen vaut elon. It is, besides, expensive, but, as I look upon the expense to be the least evil of the two, I will see if a New Year's gift will not make it up. As I am now upon the wing, I will only add, God bless you. Letter CCLXXIII. Bath, November 28, 1765. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 10th. I have now been here a month, bathing and drinking the waters, for complaints much of the same kind as yours. I mean pains in my legs, hips, and arms. Whether gouty or rheumatic, God knows. But I believe both that fight without a decision in favor of either, and have absolutely reduced me to the miserable situation of the Sphinx's riddle, to walk upon 3 legs. That is, with the assistance of my stick, to walk, or rather hobble, very indifferently. I wish it were a declared gout, which is the distemper of a gentleman, whereas the rheumatism is the distemper of a hackney coachman or chairman, who is obliged to be out in all weathers and at all hours. I think you will do very right to ask leave, and I dare say you will easily get it to go to the baths in Swabia. That is, supposing that you have consulted some skillful physician, if such a one there be, either at Dresden or at Leipzig, about the nature of your distemper and the nature of those baths. But suos quisque patimer manes. We have but a bad bargain, God knows, of this life, and patience is the only way not to make bad worse. Mr. Pitt keeps his bed here, with a very real gout, and not a political one, as is often suspected. Here has been a congress of most of the ex-ministers. If they have raised a battery, as I suppose they have, it is a masked one, for nothing has transpired. Only they confess that they intend a most vigorous attack. Delors, there seems to be a total suspension of all business till the meeting of the Parliament, and then signa canant. I am very glad that at this time you are out of it, and for reasons that I need not mention, you would certainly have been sent for over, and, as before, not paid for your journey. Poor Hart is very ill, and condemned to the hot well at Bristol. He is a better poet than philosopher, for all this illness and melancholy proceeds originally from the ill success of his Gustavus Adolphus. He is grown extremely devout, which I am very glad of, because that is always a comfort to the afflicted. I cannot present Mr. Larpent with my New Year's gift till I come to town, which will be before Christmas at farthest, till when, God bless you. Adieu. Letter CCLXXIII. London, December 27, 1765. My dear friend, I arrived here from Bath last Monday, rather, but not much better than when I went over there. My rheumatic pains in my legs and hips plague me still, and I must never expect to be quite free from them. You have, to be sure, had from the office an account of what the Parliament did, or rather did not do, the day of their meeting. And the same point will be the great object at their next meeting. I mean the affair of our American colonies, relatively to the late imposed stamp duty, which our colonists absolutely refuse to pay. The administration are for some indulgence and forbearance to those froward children of their mother country. The opposition are for taking vigorous, as they call them, but I call them violent measures, not less than less dragonades, and to have the tax collected by the troops we have there. For my part, I never saw a froward child mended by whipping, and I would not have the mother country become a stepmother. Our trade to America brings in, communibus annis, 2 millions a year, and the stamp duty is estimated at but £100,000 a year, which I would by no means bring into the stock of the exchequer, at the loss or even the risk of 1 million a year to the national stock. I do not tell you of the garter given away yesterday, because the newspapers will. But I must observe that the Prince of Brunswick's riband is a mark of great distinction to that family, which I believe is the first, except our own royal family, that has ever had 2 blue ribands at a time, but it must be owned they deserve them. One hears of nothing now in town but the separation of men and their wives. Will Finch, the ex-vice-chamberlain, Lord Warwick, and your friend Lord Bolingbroke. I wonder at none of them for parting, but I wonder at many for still living together, for in this country it is certain that marriage is not well understood. I have this day sent Mr. Larpent £200 for your Christmas box, of which I suppose he will inform you by this post. Make this Christmas as merry a one as you can, for pour le pieu du bon temps qui nous restait, rien n'est si funeste, qu'un noir chagrin. For the New Year's God send you many, and happy ones. Adieu. Letters to his son, 71. By the Earl of Chesterfield. On the fine art of becoming a man of the world. And a gentleman. Letter CCLXXIV. London, February 11, 1766. My dear friend, I received 2 days ago your letter of the 25th past, and your former, which you mention in it, but 10 days ago. This may easily be accounted for from the badness of the weather and consequently of the roads. I hardly remember so severe a winter. It has occasioned many illnesses here. I am sure it pinched my crazy carcass so much that, about 3 weeks ago, I was obliged to be let blood twice in 4 days, which I found afterward was very necessary, by the relief it gave to my head and to the rheumatic pains in my limbs, and from the execrable kind of blood which I lost. Perhaps you expect from me a particular account of the present state of affairs here, but if you do you will be disappointed, for no man living, and I still less than anyone, knows what it is. It varies, not only daily, but hourly. Most people think, and I among the rest, that the date of the present ministers is pretty near out, but how soon we are to have a new style, God knows. This, however, is certain, that the ministers had a contested election in the House of Commons, and got it but by 11 votes, too small a majority to carry anything. The next day they lost a question in the House of Lords by 3. The question in the House of Lords was to enforce the execution of the Stamp Act in the colonies, Romans 6 et armies. What conclusions you will draw from these premises, I do not know, but I protest I draw none, but only stare at the present undecipherable state of affairs, which, in 50 years' experience, I have never seen anything like. The Stamp Act has proved a most pernicious measure, for whether it is repealed or not, which is still very doubtful, it has given such terror to the Americans that our trade with them will not be, for some years, what it used to be, and great numbers of our manufacturers at home will be turned a starving for want of that employment which our very profitable trade to America found them. And hunger is always the cause of tumults and sedition. As you have escaped a fit of the gout in this severe cold weather, it is to be hoped you may be entirely free from it, till next winter at least. P.S. Lord, having parted with his wife now, keeps another W.E. at a great expense. I fear he is totally undone. Letter CCLXXXV. London, March 17, 1766. My dear friend, you wrong me in thinking me in your debt, for I never receive a letter of yours, but I answer it by the next post, or the next but one, at furthest. But I can easily conceive that my 2 last letters to you may have been drowned or frozen in their way, for portents and prodigies of frost, snow, and inundations have been so frequent this winter that they have almost lost their names. You tell me that you are going to the baths of Baden, but that puzzles me a little, so I recommend this letter to the care of Mr. Larpent to forward to you. For Baden I take to be the general German word for baths, and the particular ones are distinguished by some epithet, as Wiesbaden, Karlsbaden, etc. I hope they are not cold baths, which I have a very ill opinion of in all arthritic or rheumatic cases, and your case I take to be a compound of both, but rather more of the latter. You will probably wonder that I tell you nothing of public matters, upon which I shall be as secret as Hotspur's gentle Kate, who would not tell what she did not know. But what is singular, nobody seems to know any more of them than I do. People gape, stare, conjecture, and refine. Changes of the ministry, or in the ministry at least, are daily reported and foretold, but of what kind, God only knows. It is also very doubtful whether Mr. Pitt will come into the administration or not. The two present secretaries are extremely desirous that he should, but the others think of the horse that called the man to its assistance. I will say nothing to you about American affairs, because I have not pens, ink, or paper enough to give you an intelligible account of them. They have been the subjects of warm and acrimonious debates, both in the Lords and Commons, and in all companies. The repeal of the Stamp Act is at last carried through. I am glad of it and gave my proxy for it, because I saw many more inconveniences from the enforcing than from the repealing it. Colonel Brown was with me the other day and assured me that he left you very well. He said he saw you at Spa, but I did not remember him, though I remember his two brothers, the Colonel and the Ravisher, very well. Your Saxon Colonel has the brogue exceedingly. Present my respects to Count Fleming. I am very sorry for the Countess's illness. She was a most well-bred woman. You would hardly think that I gave a dinner to the Prince of Brunswick, your old acquaintance. I glad it is over, but I could not avoid it. Il m'avait tabli de politesses. God bless you. Letter CCLXXIV. Blackheath, June 13, 1766. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 30th past. I waited with impatience for it, not having received one from you in 6 weeks, nor your mother neither, who began to be very sure that you were dead if not buried. You should write to her once a week, or at least once a fortnight, for women make no allowance either for business or laziness, whereas I can, by experience, make allowances for both. However, I wish you would generally write to me once a fortnight. Last week I paid my midsummer offering of £500 to Mr. Larpent for your use, as I suppose he has informed you. I am punctual, you must allow. What account shall I give you of ministerial affairs here? I protest I do not know. Your own description of them is as exact a one as any I, who am upon the place, can give you. It is a total dislocation and derangement, consequently a total inefficiency. When the Duke of Grafton quitted the Seals, he gave that very reason for it in a speech in the House of Lords. He declared that he had no objection to the persons or the measures of the present ministers, but that he thought they wanted strength and efficiency to carry on proper measures with success, and that he knew but one man, meaning, as you will easily suppose, Mr. Pitt, who could give them strength and solidity. That under this person he should be willing to serve in any capacity, not only as a general officer, but as a pioneer, and would take up a spade and a mattock. When he quitted the Seals, they were offered first to Lord Egmont, then to Lord Hardwicke, who both declined them, probably for the same reasons that made the Duke of Grafton resign them. But after their going a-begging for some time, the Duke of begged them, and has them fought demia. Lord Mountstuart was never thought of for Vienna, where Lord Stormont returns in 3 months. The former is going to be married to one of the Miss Windsors, a great fortune. To tell you the speculations, the reasonings, and the conjectures, either of the uninformed or even of the best informed public, upon the present wonderful situation of affairs, would take up much more time and paper than either you or I can afford, though we have neither of us a great deal of business at present. I am in as good health as I could reasonably expect, at my age and with my shattered carcass, that is, from the waist upward, but downward it is not the same, for my limbs retain that stiffness and debility of my long rheumatism. I cannot walk half an hour at a time. As the autumn, and still more as the winter approaches, take care to keep yourself very warm, especially your legs and feet. Lady Chesterfield sends you her compliments and triumphs in the success of her plaster. God bless you. Letter CCLXXIV. Blackheath, July 11, 1766. My dear friend, you are a happy mortal to have your time thus employed between the great and the fair. I hope you do the honors of your country to the latter. The emperor, by your account, seems to be very well for an emperor, who, by being above the other monarchs in Europe, may justly be supposed to have had a proportionably worse education. I find, by your account of him, that he has been trained up to homicide, the only science in which princes are ever instructed, and with good reason, as their greatness and glory singly depend upon the numbers of their fellow creatures, which their ambition exterminates. If a sovereign should, by great accident, deviate into moderation, justice, and clemency, what a contemptible figure would he make in the catalogue of princes. I have always owned a great regard for King Log. From the interview at Torgau, between the two monarchs, they will be either a great deal better or worse together. But I think rather the latter. For our namesake, Philip de Comines observes that he never knew any good come from l'abauchement des rois. The King of Prussia will exert all his perspicacity to analyze his imperial majesty, and I would bet upon the one head of his black eagle against the two heads of the Austrian eagle, though two heads are said, proverbially, to be better than one. I wish had the direction of both the monarchs, and they should, together with some of their allies, take Lorraine and Alsace from France. You will call me Elab de Saint-Pierre, but I only say what I wish, whereas he thought everything that he wished practicable. Now to come home. Here are great bustles at court, and a great change of persons is certainly very near. You will ask me perhaps who is to be out and who is to be in, to which I answer, I do not know. My conjecture is that, be the new settlement what it will, Mr. Pitt will be at the head of it. If he is, I presume, quil aura mise de Elo Dan's son vin par rapport a Mylord be. When that shall come to be known, as known it certainly will soon be, he may bid adieu to his popularity. A minister, as minister, is very apt to be the object of public dislike, and a favorite, as favorite, still more so. If any event of this kind happens, which, if it happens at all, I conjecture will be some time next week, you shall hear further from me. I will follow your advice, and be as well as I can next winter, though I know I shall never be free from my flying rheumatic pains as long as I live. But whether that will be more or less is extremely indifferent to me. In either case, God bless you. Letter CCLXXIV. Blackheath, August 1, 1766. My dear friend, the curtain was at last drawn up the day before yesterday and discovered the new actors, together with some of the old ones. I do not name them to you because tomorrow's Gazette will do it full as well as I could. Mr. Pitt, who had carte blanche given him, named every one of them, but what would you think he named himself for? Lord Privy Seal, and what will astonish you, as it does every mortal here, Earl of Chatham. The joke here is that he has had a fall upstairs and has done himself so much hurt that he will never be able to stand upon his leg S again. Everybody is puzzled how to account for this step, though it would not be the first time that great abilities have been duped by low cunning. But be it what it will, he is now certainly only Earl of Chatham, and no longer Mr. Pitt in any respect whatever. Such an event, I believe, was never read nor heard of. To withdraw, in the fullness of his power and in the utmost gratification of his ambition from the House of Commons, which procured him his power, and which could alone ensure it to him, and to go into that hospital of incurables, the House of Lords, is a measure so unaccountable that nothing but proof positive could have made me believe it. But true it is. Hans Stanley is to go ambassador to Russia, and my nephew, Ellis, to Spain, decorated with the red riband. Lord Shelburne is your Secretary of State, which I suppose he has notified to you this post, by a circular letter. Charles Townshend has now the sole management of the House of Commons, but how long he will be content to be only Lord Chatham's vicegerent there is a question which I will not pretend to decide. There is one very bad sign for Lord Chatham, in his new dignity, which is, that all his enemies, without exception, rejoice at it, and all his friends are stupefied and dumbfounded. If I mistake not much, he will, in the course of a year, enjoy perfect odium cum dignitate. Enough of politics. Is the fair, or at least the fat, Missy with you still? It must be confessed that she knows the arts of courts, to be so received at Dresden, and so connived at in Lesterfields. There never was so wet a summer as this has been in the memory of man. We have not had one single day, since March, without some rain, but most days a great deal. I hope that does not affect your health as great cold does, for, with all these inundations, it has not been cold. God bless you. Letter CCLXXIX. Blackheath, August 14, 1766. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 30th past, and I find by it that it crossed mine upon the road, where they had no time to take notice of one another. The newspapers have informed you before now of the changes actually made. More will probably follow, but what I am sure I cannot tell you, and I believe nobody can, not even those who are to make them. They will, I suppose, be occasional as people behave themselves. The causes and consequences of Mr. Pitt's quarrel now appear in print, in a pamphlet published by Lord T., and in a refutation of it, not by Mr. Pitt himself, I believe, but by some friend of his, and under his sanction. The former is very scurrilous and scandalous, and betrays private conversation. My lord says that in his last conference, he thought he had as good a right to nominate the new ministry as Mr. Pitt, and consequently named Lord G, Lord L, etc., for cabinet council employments. Which Mr. Pitt not consenting to, Lord T broke up the conference, and in his wrath went to Stowe, where I presume he may remain undisturbed a great while, since Mr. Pitt will neither be willing nor able to send for him again. The pamphlet on the part of Mr. Pitt gives an account of his whole political life, and in that respect is tedious to those who were acquainted with it before. But at the latter end, there is an article that expresses such supreme contempt of Lord T, and in so pretty a manner that I suspect it to be Mr. Pitt's own. You shall judge yourself, for I here transcribe the article. But this I will be bold to say, that had he, Lord T, not fastened himself into Mr. Pitt's train, and acquired thereby such an interest in that great man, he might have crept out of life with as little notice as he crept in, and gone off with no other degree of credit than that of adding a single unit to the bills of mortality. I wish I could send you all the pamphlets and half-sheets that swarm here upon this occasion. But that is impossible, for every week would make a ship's cargo. It is certain that Mr. Pitt has, by his dignity of Earl, lost the greatest part of his popularity, especially in the city. And I believe the opposition will be very strong, and perhaps prevail, next session, in the House of Commons, there being now nobody there who can have the authority and ascendant over them that Pitt had. People tell me here, as young Harvey told you at Dresden, that I look very well, but those are words of course which everyone says to everybody. So far is true that I am better than at my age, and with my broken constitution, I could have expected to be. God bless you. Letter CCXC. Blackheath, September 12, 1766. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 27th past. I was in hopes that your course of waters this year at Baden would have given you a longer reprieve from your painful complaint. If I do not mistake, you carried over with you some of Dr. Monsey's powders. Have you taken any of them, and have they done you any good? I know they did me a great deal. I, who pretend to some skill in physic, advise a cool regimen and cooling medicines. I do not wonder that you do wonder at Lord C.'s conduct. If he was not outwitted into his peerage by Lord B, his accepting it is utterly inexplicable. The instruments he has chosen for the great office, I believe, will never fit the same case. It was cruel to put such a boy as Lord G over the head of old Ligonier, and if I had been the former, I would have refused that commission during the life of that honest and brave old general. All this to quiet the Duke of R to a resignation, and to make Lord B Lieutenant of Ireland, where I will venture to prophesy that he will not do. Ligonier was much pressed to give up his regiment of guards, but would by no means do it, and declared that the king might break him if he pleased, but that he would certainly not break himself. I have no political events to inform you of. They will not be ripe till the meeting of the Parliament. Immediately upon the receipt of this letter, write me one, to acquaint me how you are. God bless you, and particularly may he send you health, for that is the greatest blessing. Letter CCXCI. Blackheath, September 30, 1766. My dear friend, I received, yesterday with great pleasure, your letter of the 18th, by which I consider this last ugly bout as over. And, to prevent its return, I greatly approve of your plan for the south of France, where I recommend for your principal residence, Pézina's Toulouse or Bordeaux. But do not be persuaded to go to Aix-en-Provence, which by experience I know to be at once the hottest and the coldest place in the world, from the ardor of the Provençal sun and the sharpness of the Alpine winds. I also earnestly recommend to you, for your complaint upon your breast, to take, twice a day, asses, or, what is better, mare's, milk, and that for these 6 months at least. Mingle turnips as much as you can with your diet. I have written, as you desired, to Mr. Secretary Conway, but I will answer for it that there will be no difficulty to obtain the leave you ask. There is no new event in the political world since my last, so God bless you. Letter CCXI. London, October 29, 7766. My dear friend, the last mail brought me your letter of the 17th. I am glad to hear that your breast is so much better. You will find both asses and mares milk enough in the south of France, where it was much drank when I was there. Guy Patten recommends to a patient to have no doctor but a horse, and no apothecary but an ass. As for your pains and weakness in your limbs, Je vous en offer autant. I have never been free from them since my last rheumatism. I use my legs as much as I can, and you should do so too, for disuse makes them worse. I cannot now use them long at a time because of the weakness of old age, but I contrive to get, by different snatches, at least 2 hours walking every day, either in my garden or within doors, as the weather permits. I set out tomorrow for Bath, in hopes of half repairs, for Medea's kettle could not give me whole ones. The timbers of my wretched vessel are too much decayed to be fitted out again for use. I shall see poor Hart there, who, I am told, is in a miserable way between some real and some imaginary distempers. I send you no political news, for one reason among others, which is that I know none. Great expectations are raised of this session, which meets the 11th of next month, but of what kind nobody knows, and consequently everybody conjectures variously. Lord Chatham comes to town tomorrow from Bath, where he has been to refit himself for the winter campaign. He has hitherto but an indifferent set of aides de camp, and where he will find better, I do not know. Charles Townshend and he are already upon ill terms. In fin gni voice gout, and so God bless you. Letter CCXIX. Bath, November 15, 1766. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 5th instant from Ball. I am very glad to find that your breast is relieved, though perhaps at the expense of your legs. For, if the humor be either gouty or rheumatic, it had better be in your legs than anywhere else. I have consulted Moisey, the great physician of this place, upon it, who says that at this distance he dares not prescribe anything, as there may be such different causes for your complaint, which must be well weighed by a physician upon the spot. That is, in short, that he knows nothing of the matter. I will therefore tell you my own case, in 1732, which may be something parallel to yours. I had that year been dangerously ill of a fever in Holland, and when I was recovered of it, the febrific humor fell into my legs, and swelled them to that degree, and chiefly in the evening, that it was as painful to me as it was shocking to others. I came to England with them in this condition, and consulted Mead, Broxholme, and Arbuthnot, who none of them did me the least good, but, on the contrary, increased the swelling, by applying poultices and emollients. In this condition, I remained near 6 months, till finding that the doctors could do me no good, I resolved to consult Palmer, the most eminent surgeon of St. Thomas's Hospital. He immediately told me that the physicians had pursued a very wrong method, as the swelling of my legs proceeded only from a relaxation and weakness of the cutaneous vessels, and he must apply strengtheners instead of emollients. Accordingly, he ordered me to put my legs up to the knees every morning in brine from the salters, as hot as I could bear it. The brine must have had meat salted in it. I did so, and after having thus pickled my legs for about 3 weeks, the complaint absolutely ceased, and I have never had the least swelling in them since. After what I have said, I must caution you not to use the same remedy rashly, and without the most skillful advice you can find, where you are. For if your swelling proceeds from a gouty or rheumatic humor, there may be great danger in applying so powerful an astringent, and perhaps repellent as brine. So go piano, and not without the best advice, upon a view of the parts. I shall direct all my letters to you, chez Monsieur Sarraxin, who by his trade is, I suppose, sedentaire at Ball, while it is not sure that you will be at any one place in the south of France. Do you know that he is a descendant of the French poet Sarrazin? Poor Hart, whom I frequently go to see here out of compassion, is in a most miserable way. He has had a stroke of the palsy, which has deprived him of the use of his right leg, affected his speech a good deal, and perhaps his head a little. Such are the intermediate tributes that we are forced to pay in some shape or other to our wretched nature, till we pay the last great one of all. May you pay this very late, and as few intermediate tributes as possible, and so, jubeo ti bene valor. God bless you. Letter CCXIV. Bath, December 9, 1766. My dear friend, I received 2 days ago your letter of the 26th past. I am very glad that you begin to feel the good effects of the climate where you are. I know it saved my life in 1741, when both the skillful and the unskillful gave me over. In that ramble, I stayed 3 or 4 days at Nimes, where there are more remains of antiquity, I believe, than in any town in Europe, Italy excepted. What is falsely called La Mason Quarry is, in my mind, the finest piece of architecture that I ever saw, and the amphitheater the clumsiest and the ugliest. If it were in England, everybody would swear it had been built by Sir John Vanbrugh. This place is now just what you have seen it formerly. Here is a great crowd of trifling and unknown people, whom I seldom frequent in the public rooms, so that I may pass my time, très uniment, in taking the air in my post-chaise every morning and in reading of evenings. And apropos of the latter, I shall point out a book, which I believe will give you some pleasure. At least it gave me a great deal. I never read it before. It is Reflections sur la poésie et la peinture, par l'Abbé de Bos, in 2 octavo volumes, and is, I suppose, to be had at every great town in France. The criticisms and the reflections are just and lively. It may be you expect some political news from me, but I can tell you that you will have none, for no mortal can comprehend the present state of affairs. 8 or 9 people of some consequence have resigned their employments, upon which Lord C made overtures to the Duke of B and his people, but they could by no means agree, and his grace went, the next day, full of wrath, to Woburn, so that negotiation is entirely at an end. People wait to see who Lord C will take in, for some he must have. Even he cannot be alone, contra mundum. Such a state of affairs, to be sure, was never seen before in this or in any other country. When this ministry shall be settled, it will be the 6th ministry in 6 years' time. Poor Hart is here, and in a most miserable condition. Those who wish him the best, as I do, must wish him dead. God bless you. Letter CCXIV. London, February 13, 1767. My dear friend, it is so long since I have had a letter from you that I am alarmed about your health, and fear that the southern parts of France have not done so well by you as they did by me in the year 1741, when they snatched me from the jaws of death. Let me know, upon the receipt of this letter, how you are and where you are. I have no news to send you from hence, for everything seems suspended, both in the court and in the Parliament, till Lord Chatham's return from the Bath, where he has been laid up this month, by a severe fit of the gout, and at present he has the sole apparent power. In what little business has hitherto been done in the House of Commons, Charles Townshend has given himself more ministerial airs than Lord Chatham will, I believe, approve of. However, since Lord Chatham has thought fit to withdraw himself from that house, he cannot well do without Charles' abilities to manage it as his deputy. I do not send you an account of weddings, births, and burials, as I take it for granted that you know them all from the English printed papers, some of which, I presume, are sent after you. Your old acquaintance, Lord Essex, is to be married this week to Harriet Bladen, who has L20,000 down, besides the reasonable expectation of as much at the death of her father. My kinsman, Lord Strathmore, is to be married in a fortnight to Miss Bowes, the greatest heiress perhaps in Europe. In short, the matrimonial frenzy seems to rage at present and is epidemical. The men marry for money, and I believe you guess what the women marry for. God bless you and send you health. Letter CCXCVI. London, March 3, 1767. My dear friend, yesterday I received 2 letters at once from you, both dated Montpellier, one of the 29th of last December, and the other the 12th of February. But I cannot conceive what became of my letters to you, for I assure you that I answered all yours the next post after I received them. And about 10 days ago, I wrote you a volunteer, because you had been so long silent, and I was afraid that you were not well. But your letter of the 12th of February has removed all my fears upon that score. The same climate that has restored your health so far will probably, in a little more time, restore your strength too, though you must not expect it to be quite what it was before your late painful complaints. At least I find that, since my late great rheumatism, I cannot walk above half an hour at a time, which I do not place singly to the account of my years, but chiefly to the great shock given then to my limbs. Delors, I am pretty well for my age and shattered constitution. As I told you in my last, I must tell you again in this, that I have no news to send. Lord Chatham, at last, came to town yesterday, full of gout, and is not able to stir hand or foot. During his absence, Charles Townshend has talked of him, and at him in such a manner that henceforward they must be either much worse or much better together than ever they were in their lives. On Friday last, Mr. Dowdeswell and Mr. Grenville moved to have 1 shilling in the pound of the land tax taken off, which was opposed by the court. But the court lost it by 18. The opposition triumphed much upon this victory, though, I think, without reason, for it is plain that all the landed gentlemen bribed themselves with this shilling in the pound. The Duke of Buccleuch is very soon to be married to Lady Betty Montague. Lord Essex was married yesterday to Harriet Bladen, and Lord Strathmore last week to Miss Bowes. Both couples went directly from the church to consummation in the country from an unnecessary fear that they should not be tired of each other if they stayed in town. And now, Dixie, God bless you. You are in the right to go to see the Assembly of the States of Languedoc, though they are but the shadow of the original edats, while there was some liberty subsisting in France. Letter CCXIX. London, April 6, 1767. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter from Nims, by which I find that several of our letters have reciprocally miscarried. This may probably have the same fate. However, if it reaches Monsieur Sarrazin, I presume he will know where to take his aim at you, for I find you are in motion, and with a polarity to Dresden. I am very glad to find by it that your meridional journey has perfectly recovered you, as to your general state of health. For as to your legs and thighs, you must never expect that they will be restored to their original strength and activity, after so many rheumatic attacks as you have had. I know that my limbs, besides the natural debility of old age, have never recovered the severe attack of rheumatism that plagued me 5 or 6 years ago. I cannot now walk above half an hour at a time, and even that in a hobbling kind of way. I can give you no account of our political world, which is in a situation that I never saw in my whole life. Lord Chatham has been so ill these last 2 months that he has not been able, some say not willing, to do or hear of any business, and for his Sue's ministers, they either cannot or dare not do any without his directions, so everything is now at a stand. This situation, I think, cannot last much longer, and if Lord Chatham should either quit his post or the world, neither of which is very improbable, I conjecture that which is called the Rockingham connection stands the fairest for the ministry. But this is merely my conjecture, for I have neither data nor postulata enough to reason upon. When you get to Dresden, which I hope you will not do till next month, our correspondence will be more regular. God bless you. Letter CCXIX. London, May 5, 1767. My dear friend, by your letter of the 25th past, from Ball, I presume this will find you at Dresden, and accordingly I direct to you there. When you write me word that you are at Dresden, I will return you an answer, with something better than the answer itself. If you complain of the weather north of Besançon, what would you say to the weather that we have had here for these last 2 months, uninterruptedly? Snow often, northeast wind constantly, and extreme cold. I write this by the side of a good fire, and at this moment it snows very hard. All my promised fruit at Blackheath is quite destroyed, and what is worse, many of my trees. I cannot help thinking that the King of Poland, the Empress of Russia, and the King of Prussia, Intendant Kamel Larens and Foire, though the former must not appear in it upon account of the stupidity, ignorance, and bigotry of his Poles. I have a great opinion of the cogency of the controversial arguments of the Russian troops in favor of the dissidents. I am sure I wish them success, for I would have all intoleration intolerated in its turn. We shall soon see more clearly into this matter, for I do not think that the autocratress of all the Russias will be trifled with by the Sarmatians. What do you think of the late extraordinary event in Spain? Could you have ever imagined that those ignorant Goths would have dared to banish the Jesuits? There must have been some very grave and important reasons for so extraordinary a measure, but what they were I do not pretend to guess, and perhaps I shall never know, though all the coffee houses here do. Things are here in exactly the same situation in which they were when I wrote to you last. Lord Chatham is still ill and only goes abroad for an hour in a day to take the air in his coach. The king has, to my certain knowledge, sent him repeated messages, desiring him not to be concerned at his confinement, for that he is resolved to support him, pour et contre tous. God bless you. Letter CCXIX. London, June 1, 1767. My dear friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 20th past, from Dresden, where I am glad to find that you are arrived safe and sound. This has been everywhere an annus mirabilis for bad weather, and it continues here still. Everybody has fires and their winter clothes, as at Christmas. The town is extremely sickly, and sudden deaths have been very frequent. I do not know what to say to you upon public matters. Things remain in statu quo, and nothing is done. Great changes are talked of, and I believe will happen soon, perhaps next week. But who is to be changed? For whom, I do not know, though everybody else does. I am apt to think that it will be a mosaic ministry, made up, de pieces rapportees, from different connections. Last Friday I sent your subsidy to Mr. Larpent, who, I suppose, has given you notice of it. I believe it will come very seasonably, as all places, both foreign and domestic, are so far in arrears. They talk of paying you all up to Christmas. The king's inferior servants are almost starving. I suppose you have already heard at Dresden that Count Bruhl is either actually married, or very soon to be so, to Lady Egremont. She has, together with her salary as Lady of the Bedchamber, L2500 a year, besides £10,000 in money left her, at her own disposal, by Lord Egremont. All this will sound great en accuse de Lemagny. I am glad of it, for he is a very pretty man. God bless you. I easily conceive why Orloff influences the Empress of all the Russias, but I cannot see why the King of Prussia should be influenced by that motive. Letter CCC. Blackheath, July 2, 1767. My dear friend, though I have had no letter from you since my last, and though I have no political news to inform you of, I write this to acquaint you with a piece of Greenwich news, which I believe you will be very glad of. I am sure I am. Know then that your friend Miss was happily married, 3 days ago, to Mr., an Irish gentleman, and a member of that Parliament, with an estate of above L2000 a year. He settles upon her L600 jointure, and in case they have no children L1 500. He happened to be by chance in her company one day here, and was at once shot dead by her charms. But as dead men sometimes walk, he walked to her the next morning, and tendered her his person and his fortune, both which, taking the one with the other, she very prudently accepted, for his person is 60 years old. Ministerial affairs are still in the same ridiculous and doubtful situation as when I wrote to you last. Lord Chatham will neither hear of, nor do any business, but lives at Hampstead, and rides about the heath. His gout is said to be fallen upon his nerves. Your provincial secretary, Conway, quits this week and returns to the army, for which he languished. 2 lords are talked of to succeed him, Lord Egmont and Lord Hillsborough. I rather hope the latter. Lord Northington certainly quits this week, but nobody guesses who is to succeed him as president. 1,000 other changes are talked of, which I neither believe nor reject. Poor Hart is in a most miserable condition. He has lost one side of himself, and in a great measure his speech, notwithstanding which he is going to publish his divine poems, as he calls them. I am sorry for it, as he had not time to correct them before this stroke, nor abilities to do it since. God bless you. Letter CCCI. Blackheath, July 9, 1767. My dear friend, I have received yours of the 21st past, with the enclosed proposal from the French refugees for a subscription toward building them un temple. I have shown it to the very few people I see, but without the least success. They told me, and with too much truth, that while such numbers of poor were literally starving here from the dearness of all provisions, they could not think of sending their money into another country for a building which they reckoned useless. In truth, I never knew such misery as is here now, and it affects both the hearts and the purses of those who have either. For my own part, I never gave to a building in my life, which I reckon is only giving to masons and carpenters and the treasurer of the undertaking. Contrary to the expectations of all mankind here, everything still continues in statu quo. General Conway has been desired by the king to keep the seals till he has found a successor for him, and the Lord President the same. Lord Chatham is relapsed and worse than ever. He sees nobody, and nobody sees him. It is said that a bungling physician has checked his gout and thrown it upon his nerves, which is the worst distemper that a minister or a lover can have, as it debilitates the mind of the former and the body of the latter. Here is at present an interregnum. We must soon see what order will be produced from this chaos. The electorate, I believe, will find the want of Comte Fleming, for he certainly had abilities and was as sturdy and inexorable as a minister at the head of the finances ought always to be. When you see Comtesse Fleming, which I suppose cannot be for some time, pray make her Lady Chesterfield's and my compliments of condolence. You say that Dresden is very sickly. I am sure London is at least as sickly now, for there reigns an epidemical distemper, called by the genteel name of L-influenza. It is a little fever, of which scarcely anybody dies, and it generally goes off with a little looseness. I have escaped it, I believe, by being here. God keep you from all distempers, and bless you. Letter CCXIX. London, October 30, 1767. My dear friend, I have now left Blackheath till the next summer if I live till then, and am just able to write, which is all I can say, for I am extremely weak and have in a great measure lost the use of my legs. I hope they will recover both flesh and strength, for at present they have neither. I go to the bath next week, in hopes of half repairs at most, for those waters, I am sure, will not prove Medea's kettle, nor less eau de Juvence to me. However, I shall do as good courtiers do, and get what I can, if I cannot get what I will. I send you no politics, for here are neither politics nor ministers. Lord Chatham is quiet at Pinsent in Somersetshire, and his former subalterns do nothing, so that nothing is done. Whatever places or preferments are disposed of, come evidently from Lord, who affects to be invisible, and who, like a woodcock, thinks that if his head is but hid, he is not seen at all. General Pulteney is at last dead last week, worth above £1,300,000. He has left all his landed estate, which is £28,000 a year, including the Bradford estate, which his brother had from that ancient family, to a cousin german. He has left £200,000 in the funds to Lord Darlington, who was his next nearest relation, and at least £20,000 in various legacies. If riches alone could make people happy, the last two proprietors of this immense wealth ought to have been so, but they never were. God bless you, and send you good health, which is better than all the riches of the world. Letter CCXIX. London, November 3, 1767. My dear friend, your last letter brought me but a scurvy account of your health. For the headaches you complain of, I will venture to prescribe a remedy, which, by experience, I found a specific when I was extremely plagued with them. It is either to chew 10 grains of rhubarb every night going to bed, or, what I think rather better, to take, immediately before dinner, a couple of rhubarb pills of 5 grains each, by which means it mixes with the aliments and will, by degrees, keep your body gently open. I do it to this day and find great good by it. As you seem to dread the approach of a German winter, I would advise you to write to General Conway for leave of absence for the 3 rigorous winter months, which I dare say will not be refused. If you choose a worse climate, you may come to London. But if you choose a better and a warmer, you may go to Nice-en-Provence, where Sir William Stanhope is gone to pass his winter, who, I am sure, will be extremely glad of your company there. I go to the Bath next Saturday. Utinam de frustra, God bless you. Letter CCXIV. Bath, September 19, 1767. My dear friend, yesterday I received your letter of the 29th past, and am very glad to find that you are well enough to think that you may perhaps stand the winter at Dresden. But if you do, pray take care to keep both your body and your limbs exceedingly warm. As to my own health, it is, in general, as good as I could expect it at my age. I have a good stomach, a good digestion, and sleep well, but find that I shall never recover the free use of my legs, which are now full as weak as when I first came hither. You ask me questions concerning Lord C., which neither I nor, I believe, anybody but himself can answer. However, I will tell you all that I do know, and all that I guess, concerning him. This time 12 a month he was here, and in good health and spirits, except now and then some little twinges of the gout. We saw one another 4 or 5 times, at our respective houses, but for these last 8 months, he has been absolutely invisible to his most intimate friends, less Sue's ministers. He would receive no letters, nor so much as open any packet about business. His physician, doctor, as I am told, had very ignorantly checked a coming fit of the gout and scattered it about his body, and it fell particularly upon his nerves, so that he continues exceedingly vaporish, and would neither see nor speak to anybody while he was here. I sent him my compliments, and asked leave to wait upon him, but he sent me word that he was too ill to see anybody whatsoever. I met him frequently taking the air in his post-chaise, and he looked very well. He set out from hence for London last Tuesday, but what to do, whether to resume or finally to resign the administration, God knows. Conjectures are various. In one of our conversations here, this time 12-month, I desired him to secure you a seat in the new Parliament. He assured me that he would, and I am convinced very sincerely. He said even that he would make it his own affair, and desired that I would give myself no more trouble about it. Since that, I have heard no more of it, which made me look out for some venal borough, and I spoke to a borough jobber, and offered £2500 for a secure seat in Parliament. But he laughed at my offer, and said that there was no such thing as a borough to be had now, for that the rich East and West Indians had secured them all at the rate of £3,000 at least, but many at 4,000, and 2 or 3 that he knew at 5,000. This, I confess, has vexed me a good deal, and made me the more impatient to know whether Lord C had done anything in it, which I shall know when I go to town, as I propose to do in about a fortnight, and as soon as I know it you shall. To tell you truly what I think I doubt, from all this nervous disorder that Lord C is hors de combat as a minister, but do not ever hint this to anybody. God bless you. Letter CC. Bath, December 27, 1767, N. Nova Progenies. My dear friend, the outlines of a new ministry are now declared, but they are not yet quite filled up. It was formed by the Duke of Bedford. Lord Gower is made President of the Council, Lord Sandwich, Postmaster, Lord Hillsborough, Secretary of State for America only, Mr. Rigby, Vice-Treasurer of Ireland. General Canway is to keep the seals a fortnight longer, and then to surrender them to Lord Weymouth. It is very uncertain whether the Duke of Grafton is to continue at the head of the Treasury or not, but in my private opinion, George Grenville will very soon be there. Lord Chatham seems to be out of the question, and is at his repurchased house at Hayes, where he will not see a mortal. It is yet uncertain whether Lord Shelburne is to keep his place. If not, Lord Sandwich, they say, is to succeed him. All the Rockingham people are absolutely excluded. Many more changes must necessarily be, but no more are yet declared. It seems to be a resolution taken by somebody that ministers are to be annual. Sir George Macartney is next week to be married to Lady Jane Stuart, Lord Bute's second daughter. I never knew it so cold in my life as it is now, and with a very deep snow, by which, if it continues, I may be snowbound here for God knows how long, though I proposed leaving this place the latter end of the week. Poor Hart is very ill here. He mentions you often and with great affection. God bless you. When I know more you shall. Letter CCXIV. London, January 29, 1768. My dear friend, 2 days ago I received your letter of the 8th. I wish you had gone a month or 6 weeks sooner to ball, that you might have escaped the excessive cold of the most severe winter that I believe was ever known. It congealed both my body and my mind, and scarcely left me the power of thinking. A great many here, both in town and country, have perished by the frost and been lost in the snow. You have heard, no doubt, of the changes at court, by which you have got a new provincial, Lord Weymouth, who has certainly good parts and, as I am informed, speaks very well in the House of Lords, but I believe he has no application. Lord Chatham is at his house at Hayes, but sees no mortal. Some say that he has a fit of the gout, which would probably do him good, but many think that his worst complaint is in his head, which I am afraid is too true. Were he well, I am sure he would realize the promise he made me concerning you. But however, in that uncertainty, I am looking out for any chance borough, and if I can find one, I promise you I will bid like a chapman for it, as I should be very sorry that you were not in the next Parliament. I do not see any probability of any vacancy in a foreign commission in a better climate. Mr. Hamilton at Naples, Sir Horace Mann at Florence, and George Pitt at Turin do not seem likely to make one. And as for changing your foreign department for a domestic one, it would not be in my power to procure you one, and you would become divque moneyer, and gain nothing in point of climate, by changing a bad one for another full as bad, if not worse, and a worse I believe is not than ours. I have always had better health abroad than at home, and if the tattered remnant of my wretched life were worth my care, I would have been in the south of France long ago. I continue very lame and weak, and despair of ever recovering any strength in my legs. I care very little about it. At my age, every man must have his share of physical ills of one kind or another, and mine, thank God, are not very painful. God bless you. Letter CCXIV. London, March 12, 1768. My dear friend, the day after I received your letter of the 21st past, I wrote to Lord Weymouth, as you desired. And I send you his answer enclosed, from which, though I have not heard from him since, I take it for granted, and so may you, that his silence signifies his Majesty's consent to your request. Your complicated complaints give me great uneasiness, and the more, as I am convinced that the Montpellier physicians have mistaken a material part of your case, as indeed all the physicians here did, except Dr. Mady. In my opinion, you have no gout, but a very scorbutic and rheumatic habit of body, which should be treated in a very different manner from the gout. And as I pretend to be a very good quack at least, I would prescribe to you a strict milk diet, with the seeds, such as rice, sago, barley, millet, etc., for the 3 summer months at least, and without ever tasting wine. If climate signifies anything, in which, by the way, I have very little faith, you are, in my mind, in the finest climate in the world, neither too hot nor too cold, and always clear. You are with the gayest people living. Be gay with them, and do not wear out your eyes with reading at home. L'ennui is the English distemper, and a very bad one it is, as I find by every day's experience, for my deafness deprives me of the only rational pleasure that I can have at my age, which is society, so that I read my eyes out every day, that I may not hang myself. You will not be in this Parliament, at least not at the beginning of it. I relied too much upon Lord C.'s promise above a year ago at Bath. He desired that I would leave it to him, that he would make it his own affair, and give it in charge to the Duke of G., whose province it was to make the parliamentary arrangement. This I depended upon, and I think with reason. But since that, Lord C. has neither seen nor spoken to anybody, and has been in the oddest way in the world. I have sent to the D. of G. to know if L.C. had either spoken or sent to him about it, but he assured me that he had done neither, that all was full, or rather running over, at present, but that, if he could crowd you in upon a vacancy, he would do it with great pleasure. I am extremely sorry for this accident, for I am of a very different opinion from you, about being in Parliament, as no man can be of consequence in this country, who is not in it. And though one may not speak like a Lord Mansfield or a Lord Chatham, one may make a very good figure in a second rank. Locus est et pluribus umbris. I do not pretend to give you any account of the present state of this country, or ministry, not knowing nor guessing it myself. God bless you, and send you health, which is the first and greatest of all blessings. Letter CCXIX. London, March 15, 1768. My dear friend, this letter is supplemental to my last. This morning, Lord Weymouth very civilly sent Mr. Wood, his first commis, to tell me that the King very willingly gave you leave of absence from your post for a year, for the recovery of your health. But then added, that as the court of Vienna was tampering with that of Saxony, which it seems our court is desirous to contraquora, it might be necessary to have in the interim a charge d'affaires at Dresden, with a defalcation out of your appointments of 40 shillings a day, till your return, if I would agree to it. I told him that I consented to both the proposals, upon condition that at your return you should have the character and the pay of plenipotentiary added to your present character and pay, and that I would completely make up to you the defalcation of the 40 shillings a day. He positively engaged for it, and added that he knew that it would be willingly agreed to. Thus I think I have made a good bargain for you, though but an indifferent one for myself, but that is what I never minded in my life. You may, therefore, depend upon receiving from me the full of this defalcation, when and how you please, independently of your usual annual refreshment, which I will pay to Monsieur Larpent whenever you desire it. In the meantime, cura ut valias. The person whom Mr. Wood intimated to me would be the charge d'affaires, during your absence, is one Mr. Keith, the son of that Mr. Keith who was formerly minister in Russia. Letter CCXIX. London, April 12, 1768. My dear friend, I received, yesterday, your letter of the 1st, in which you do not mention the state of your health, which I desire you will do for the future. I believe you have guessed the true reason of Mr. Keith's mission, but by a whisper that I have since heard, Keith is rather inclined to go to Turin, as charge d'affaires. I forgot to tell you, in my last, that I was almost positively assured that the instant you returned to Dresden, Keith should decamp. I am persuaded that they will keep their words with me, as there is no one reason in the world why they should not. I will send your annual to Mr. Larpent in a fortnight and pay the 40 shillings a day quarterly if there should be occasion. For, in my own private opinion, there will be no charge d'affaires sent. I agree with you, that point d'argent, point de l'amende, as was used to be said, and not without more reason, of the Swiss. But, as we have neither the inclination nor I fear the power to give subsidies, the court of Vienna can give good things that cost them nothing, as archbishoprics. Bishoprics, besides corrupting their ministers, and favourite with places. Elections here have been carried to a degree of frenzy hitherto unheard of. That for the town of Northampton has cost the contending parties at least £30,000 aside, and has sold his borough of to 2 members for £9,000. As soon as Wilkes had lost his election for the city, he set up for the county of Middlesex, and carried it hollow, as the jockeys say. Here were great mobs and riots upon that occasion, and most of the windows in town broke that had no lights for Wilkes and Liberty, who were thought to be inseparable. He will appear, the 10th of this month, in the Court of King's Bench, to receive his sentence, and then great riots are again expected, and probably will happen. God bless you. Letter CCXIX. Bath, October 17, 1768. My dear friend, your last 2 letters to myself and Grevenkop have alarmed me extremely, but I comfort myself a little by hoping that you, like all people who suffer, think yourself worse than you are. A dropsy never comes so suddenly, and I flatter myself that it is only that gouty or rheumatic humor which has plagued you so long that has occasioned the temporary swelling of your legs. Above 40 years ago, after a violent fever, my legs swelled as much as you describe yours to be. I immediately thought that I had a dropsy, but the faculty assured me that my complaint was only the effect of my fever and would soon be cured, and they said true. Pray let your amanuensis, whoever he may be, write an account regularly once a week, either to Grevenkop or myself, for that is the same thing, of the state of your health. I sent you, in 4 successive letters, as much of the Duchess of Somerset's snuff as a letter could well convey to you. Have you received all or any of them? And have they done you any good? Though, in your present condition, you cannot go into company, I hope that you have some acquaintances that come and sit with you. For if originally it was not good for man to be alone, it is much worse for a sick man to be so. He thinks too much of his distemper, and magnifies it. Some men of learning among the ecclesiastics, I dare say, would be glad to sit with you, and you could give them as good as they brought. Poor Hart, who is here still, is in a most miserable condition. He has entirely lost the use of his left side, and can hardly speak intelligibly. I was with him yesterday. He inquired after you with great affection, and was in the utmost concern when I showed him your letter. My own health is as it has been ever since I was here last year. I am neither well nor ill, but unwell. I have in a manner lost the use of my legs, for though I can make a shift to crawl upon even ground for a quarter of an hour, I cannot go up or downstairs, unless supported by a servant. God bless you and grant you a speedy recovery. Note this is the last of the letters of Lord Chesterfield to his son, Mr. Philip Stanhope, who died in November, 1768. The unexpected and distressing intelligence was announced by the lady to whom Mr. Stanhope had been married for several years, unknown to his father. On learning that the widow had 2 sons, the issue of this marriage, Lord Chesterfield took upon himself the maintenance of his grandchildren. The letters which follow show how happily the writer adapted himself to the trying situation. Letter CCXIX. To Mrs. Stanhope, then at Paris. London, March 16, 1769. Madam, a troublesome and painful inflammation in my eyes obliges me to use another hand than my own to acknowledge the receipt of your letter from Avignon, of the 27th past. I am extremely surprised that Mrs. Dubouchet should have any objection to the manner in which your late husband desired to be buried, and which you, very properly, complied with. All I desire for my own burial is not to be buried alive, but how or where, I think must be entirely indifferent to every rational creature. I have no commission to trouble you with during your stay at Paris, from whence I wish you and the boys a good journey home, where I shall be very glad to see you all, and assure you of my being, with great truth, your faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXIX. To the same, at London. Madam, the last time that I had the pleasure of seeing you, I was so taken up in playing with the boys that I forgot their more important affairs. How soon would you have them placed at school? When I know your pleasure as to that, I will send to Monsieur Perney to prepare everything for their reception. In the meantime, I beg that you will equip them thoroughly with clothes, linen, etc., all good but plain, and give me the account which I will pay. For I do not intend that from this time forward the 2 boys should cost you 1 shilling. I am, with great truth, madam, your faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXIX. Madam, as some day must be fixed for sending the boys to school, do you approve of the 8th of next month? By which time the weather will probably be warm and settled, and you will be able to equip them completely. I will upon that day send my coach to you, to carry you and the boys to Loughborough House, with all their immense baggage. I must recommend to you, when you leave them there, to suppress, as well as you can, the overgrowings of maternal tenderness, which would grieve the poor boys the more, and give them a terror of their new establishment. I am, with great truth, madam, your faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXIV. Bath, October 11, 1769. Madam, nobody can be more willing and ready to obey orders than I am, but then I must like the orders and the orderer. Your orders and yourself come under this description, and therefore I must give you an account of my arrival and existence, such as it is here. I got hither last Sunday, the day after I left London, less fatigued than I expected to have been, and now crawl about this place upon my 3 legs, but am kept in countenance by many of my fellow crawlers. The last part of the Sphinx's riddle approaches, and I shall soon end, as I began, upon all 4s. When you happen to see either Monsieur or Madame Perney, I beg you will give them this melancholic proof of my caducity, and tell them that the last time I went to see the boys, I carried the Michaelmas quarterage in my pocket, and when I was there I totally forgot it. But assure them that I have not the least intention to bilk them, and will pay them faithfully the 2 quarters together, at Christmas. I hope our 2 boys are well, for then I am sure you are so. I am, with great truth and esteem, your most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXXV. Bath, October 28, 1769. Madam, your kind anxiety for my health and life is more than, in my opinion, they are both worth. Without the former, the latter is a burden, and indeed, I am very weary of it. I think I have got some benefit by drinking these waters, and by bathing, for my old stiff, rheumatic limbs, for I believe I could now outcrawl a snail, or perhaps even a tortoise. I hope the boys are well. Phil, I dare say, has been in some scrapes, but he will get triumphantly out of them, by dint of strength and resolution. I am, with great truth and esteem, your most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXXVI. Bath, November 5, 1769. Madam, I remember very well the paragraph which you quote from a letter of mine to Mrs. Du Bouchet, and see no reason yet to retract that opinion, in general, which at least 19 widows in 20 had authorized. I had not then the pleasure of your acquaintance. I had seen you but twice or thrice, and I had no reason to think that you would deviate, as you have done, from other widows, so much as to put perpetual shackles upon yourself, for the sake of your children. But if I may use a vulgarism, 1 swallow makes no summer. 5 righteous were formerly necessary to save a city, and they could not be found. So, till I find 4 more such righteous widows as yourself, I shall entertain my former notions of widowhood in general. I can assure you that I drink here very soberly and cautiously, and at the same time keep so cool a diet that I do not find the least symptom of heat, much less of inflammation. By the way, I never had that complaint, in consequence of having drank these waters, for I have had it but 4 times, and always in the middle of summer. Mr. Hawkins is timorous, even to minutia, and my sister delights in them. Charles will be a scholar, if you please, but our little Philip, without being one, will be something or other as good, though I do not yet guess what. I am not of the opinion generally entertained in this country, that man lives by Greek and Latin alone, that is, by knowing a great many words of 2 dead languages, which nobody living knows perfectly, and which are of no use in the common intercourse of life. Useful knowledge, in my opinion, consists of modern languages, history, and geography. Some Latin may be thrown into the bargain, in compliance with custom, and for closet amusement. You are, by this time, certainly tired with this long letter, which I could prove to you from Horace's own words, for I am a scholar to be a bad one. He says that water drinkers can write nothing good. So I am, with real truth and esteem, your most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXXV. Bath, October 9, 1770. Madam, I am extremely obliged to you for the kind part which you take in my health and life. As to the latter, I am as indifferent myself as any other body can be. But as to the former, I confess care and anxiety, for while I am to crawl upon this planet, I would willingly enjoy the health at least of an insect. How far these waters will restore me to that moderate degree of health, which alone I aspire at, I have not yet given them a fair trial, having drank them but 1 week. The only difference I hitherto find is that I sleep better than I did. I beg that you will neither give yourself, nor Mr. Fitzhugh, much trouble about the pine plants. For as it is 3 years before they fruit, I might as well, at my age, plant oaks, and hope to have the advantage of their timber. However, somebody or other, God knows who, will eat them, as somebody or other will fell and sell the oaks I planted 45 years ago. I hope our boys are well, my respects to them both. I am, with the greatest truth, your faithful and humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXXVI. Bath, November 40, 1770. Madam, the post has been more favorable to you than I intended it should, for, upon my word, I answered your former letter the post after I had received it. However, you have got a loss, as we say sometimes in Ireland. My friends from time to time require bills of health from me in these suspicious times, when the plague is busy in some parts of Europe. All I can say, in answer to their kind inquiries, is that I have not the distemper properly called the plague, but that I have all the plague of old age and of a shattered carcass. These waters have done me what little good I expected from them, though by no means what I could have wished, for I wished them to be less eau de juvence. I had a letter the other day from our 2 boys. Charles was very finely written and Philip's very prettily. They are perfectly well and say that they want nothing. What grown-up people will or can say as much? I am, with the truest esteem, madam, your most faithful servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXIX. Bath, October 271,771. Madam, upon my word, you interest yourself in the state of my existence more than I do myself, for it is worth the care of neither of us. I ordered my valet de chambre, according to your orders, to inform you of my safe arrival here, to which I can add nothing, being neither better nor worse than I was then. I am very glad that our boys are well. Pray give them the enclosed. I am not at all surprised at Mr. S.'s conversion, for he was, at 17, the idol of old women for his gravity, devotion, and dullness. I am, madam, your most faithful, humble servant, Chesterfield. Letter CCXX. To Charles and Philip Stanhope. I received a few days ago 2 the best written letters that ever I saw in my life, the one signed Charles Stanhope, the other Philip Stanhope. As for you, Charles, I did not wonder at it, for you will take pains and are a lover of letters. But you, idle rogue, you Phil, how came you to write so well that one can almost say of you too, et canter pors et responder parity? Charles will explain this Latin to you. I am told, Phil, that you have got a nickname at school from your intimacy with Master Strangeways, and that they call you Master Strangeways, for to be rude you are a strange boy. Is this true? Tell me what you would have me bring you both from hence, and I will bring it you when I come to town. In the meantime, God bless you both. Chesterfield. PG Editor's Bookmarks. A little learning is a dangerous thing. A joker is near akin to a buffoon. A favor may make an enemy, and an injury may make a friend. Ablest man will sometimes do weak things above all things. Avoid speaking of yourself above the frivolous, as below the important, and the secret above trifles. He is never vehement, and eager about them. Absolute command of your temper. Abstain from learned ostentation. Absurd term of genteel and fashionable vices. Absurd romances of the 2 last centuries, according as their interest prompts them to wish acquainted with books. And an absolute stranger to men advice is seldom welcome. Advise those who do not speak elegantly. Not to speak advocate, the friend. But not the bully of virtue affectation of singularity, or superiority affectation in dressification of business, all have senses to be gratified, always made the best of the best. And never made bad worse, always does more than he says, always some favorite word for the time being, always look people in the face when you speak to them, am still unwell. I cannot help it. American colonies, ancients and moderns' anxiety for my health and life, applauded often, without approving, apt to make them think themselves more necessary than they are. Argumentative, polemical conversations, arrogant pedant art of pleasing, is the most necessary as willing, and as apt to be pleased as anybody, ascribing the greatest actions to the most trifling causes, assenting. But without being servile and abject assertion, instead of argument, assign the deepest motives for the most trifling actions, assurance and intrepidity at the first impulse of passion. Be silent till you can be soft, attacked by ridicule, and punished with contempt. Attend to the objects of your expenses, but not to the sums. Attention to the inside of books. Attention and civility, please. All attention. Author is obscure and difficult in his own language. Authority, avoid cacophony, and what is very near as bad, monotony. Avoid singularity, awkward address, ungraceful attitudes and actions. Be neither transported nor depressed by the accidents of life. Be silent till you can be soft. Being in the power of every man to hurt him, being intelligible, is now no longer the fashion. Better not to seem to understand than to reply. Better refuse a favor gracefully than to grant it clumsily. Blindness of the understanding is as much to be pitied. Bold, but with great seeming modesty, borough jobber business must be well, not affectedly dressed. Business now is to shine, not to weigh. Business by no means forbids pleasures, but of this every man will believe as he thinks proper. Can hardly be said to see what they see, cannot understand them, or will not desire to understand them. Cardinal Mazarin, Cardinal Richelieu, Cardinal de Retz, cardinal virtues, by first degrading them into weaknesses. Cautious how we draw inferences. Cease to love when you cease to be. Agreeable chameleon, be able to take every different hue. Characters that never existed are insipidly displayed. Cheerful in the countenance, but without laughing. Chit-chat, useful to keep off improper and too serious subjects. Choose your pleasures for yourself. Civility, which is a disposition to accommodate and oblige others. Clamorers triumph close, without being costive. Command of our temper and of our countenance, commanding with dignity, you must serve up to it with diligence, committing acts of hostility upon the graces. Common sense, which, in truth, very uncommon, commonplace observations. Company is, in truth, a constant state of negotiation. Complacence, complacence to every or anybody's opinion. Complacence, due to the custom of the place. Complacent indulgence for people's weaknesses. Conceal all your learning, carefully concealed. What learning I had conjectures pass upon us for truth's conjectures. Supply the defect of unattainable knowledge. Connections, connive at knaves, and tolerate fools. Consciousness of merit makes a man of sense more modest. Consciousness and an honest pride of doing well. Consider things in the worst light. To show your skill. Contempt, contempt, contempt. Content yourself with mediocrity in nothing. Conversation stock being a joint and common property. Conversation will help you almost as much as books. Converse with his inferiors without insolence. Dance to those who pipe. Darkness visible decides peremptorily upon every subject. Deep learning is generally tainted with pedantry. Deepest learning, without good breeding, is unwelcome. Defended by arms, adorned by manners, and improved by laws. Deserve a little, and you shall have but a little. Desire to please, and that is the main point. Desirous of praise from the praiseworthy. Desirous to make you their friend. Desirous of pleasing. Despairs of ever being able to pay. Dexterity enough to conceal a truth without telling a lie. Dictate to them, while you seem to be directed by them. Difference in everything between system and practice. Difficulties seem to them impossibilities. Dignity to be kept up in pleasures, as well as in business. Disagreeable to seem reserved, and very dangerous not to be so. Disagreeable things may be done so agreeably as almost to oblige. Disputes with heat. Dissimulation is only to hide our own cards. Distinction between simulation and dissimulation. Distinguish between the useful and the curious. Do as you would be done by. Do not become a virtuoso of small wares. Do what you are about. Do what you will, but do something all day long. Do as you would be done by. Do not mistake the tinsel of Tasso for the gold of Virgil. Does not give it you, but he inflicts it upon you. Doing de bonne grace what you could not help doing. Doing what may deserve to be written. Doing nothing, and might just as well be asleep. Doing anything that will deserve to be written. Done under concern and embarrassment, must be ill done dress like the reasonable people of your own age dress well, and not too well dressed as the generality of people of fashion are ears to hear. But not sense enough to judge easy without negligence, easy without too much familiarity economist of your time, either do not think, or do not love to think elegance in one language, will reproduce itself in all employ your whole time, which few people do endeavor to hear, and know all opinions endeavors to please and oblige our fellow creatures' enemies, as if they may one day become one's friends, enjoy all those advantages equally forbid insolent contempt. Or low envy and jealousy, ere tittering youth, shall shove you from the stage, establishing a character of integrity and good manners, even where you are sure. Seem rather doubtful every numerous assembly is mob every virtue. Has its kindred vice or weakness, every man knows that he understands religion and politics, every numerous assembly is a mob, every man pretends to common sense every day is still. But as the first everybody is good for something, everything has a better and a worse side, exalt the gentle in woman, and man above the merely genteel expresses himself with more fire than elegance, extremely weary of this silly world eyes. And the ears are the only roads to the heart, eyes and ears open, and mouth mostly shut feed him, and feed upon him at the same time few things which people in general know less, than how to love few people know how to love, or how to hate few dare dissent from an established opinion fiddle-faddle stories, that carry no information along with them fit to livor, not live at all flattering people, behind their backs flattery of women, flattery flexibility of manners, is necessary in the course of the world fools, who can never be undeceived fools, never perceive, where they are ill-timed forge accusations against themselves forgive, but not approve, the bad. Fortune stoops to the forward and the bold frank without indiscretion frank, but without indiscretion frank, open, and ingenuous exterior, with a prudent interior frequently make friends of enemies, and enemies of friends friendship upon very slight acquaintance, frivolous, idle people, whose time hangs upon their own hands, frivolous curiosity about trifles, frivolous and superficial pertness, full-bottomed wigs were contrived for his humpback gain the heart. Or you gain nothing, gain the affections, as well as the esteem gainer, by your misfortune general conclusions from certain particular principles. Generosity often runs into profusion genteel, without affectation gentlemen, who take such a fancy to you at first sight, gentleness of manners, with firmness of mind, geography and history, are very imperfect separately German, who has taken into his head that he understands French go to the bottom of things. Good manners, good reasons alleged, are seldom the true ones. Good manners are the settled medium of social life, good company, good breeding graces. Without us, all labor is vain gratitude, not being universal, nor even common grave without the affectation of wisdom, great learning, which, if not accompanied with sound judgment, great numbers of people met together, animate each other. Greatest fools are the greatest liars, grow wiser, when it is too late. Guard against those who make the most court to you. Habit and prejudice, habitual eloquence, half done or half known, hardened to the wants and distresses of mankind. Hardly any body good, for everything haste and hurry are very different things. Have no pleasures, but your own. Have a will and an opinion of your own, and adhere to it. Have I employed my time, or have I squandered it? Have but one set of jokes to live upon. Have you learned to carve? He that is gentle doeth gentle deeds. He will find it out of himself without your endeavors. Heart has such an influence over the understanding, helps only, not as guides heard of mankind, can hardly be said to think historians' holiday eloquence home. Be it ever so homely, honest error is to be pitied, not ridiculed. Honestest man loves himself best. Horace, how troublesome an old correspondent must be to a young one. How much you have to do, and how little time to do it. In human nature is always the same, hurt those they love by a mistaken indulgence. I hope, I wish, I doubt, and fear alternately. I shall never know, though all the coffee-houses here do. I shall always love you as you shall deserve. I know myself, no common piece of knowledge, let me tell you, I cannot do such a thing. I, who am not apt to know anything that I do not know. Idleness is only the refuge of weak minds. If free from the guilt, be free from the suspicion. 2. If you would convince others, seem open to conviction yourself. If I don't mind his orders, he won't mind my drafts. If you will persuade, you must first please. If once we quarrel, I will never forgive ignorant of their natural rights. Cherish their chains, impertinent insult, upon custom and fashion improve yourself with the old. Divert yourself with the young in action at your age is unpardonable in attention inattentive, absent. And distrait inclined to be fat. But I hope you will decline it incontinency of friendship among young fellows indiscriminate familiarity, indiscriminately loading their memories with every part alike indolence. Indolently, say that they cannot do infallibly to be gained by every sort of flattery information is, in a certain degree mortifying information implies our previous ignorance. It must be sweetened injury, is much sooner forgotten than an insult inquisition, insinuates himself only into the esteem of fools insipid in his pleasures. As inefficient in everything else insist upon your neither piping, nor fiddling yourself insolent civility and toleration in religious, and in hospitality in civil matters intrinsic, and not their imaginary value, it is a real inconvenience to anybody to be fat it is not sufficient to deserve well. One must please well too jealous of being slighted jog, unlike man and wife. That is, seldom agreeing judge of every man's truth, by his degree of understanding judge them all by their merits, but not by their ages judges from the appearances of things, and not from the reality keep your own temper, and artfully warm other people's keep good company. And company above yourself kick him upstairs king's popularity is a better guard than their army know their real value. And how much they are generally overrated know the true value of time know. Yourself and others knowing how much you have. And how little you want knowing any language imperfectly knowledge is like power in this respect knowledge. Either despise it, or think that they have enough knowledge of a scholar with the manners of a courtier known people, pretend to vices, they had not knows what things are little. And what not labor is the unavoidable fatigue of a necessary journey labor, more to put them in conceit with themselves last beautiful varnish, which raises the colors laughing. I must particularly warn you against it lay down a method for everything, and stick to it inviolably lazy mind, and the trifling. Frivolous mind learn to keep your own secrets learn, if you can, the why and the wherefore leave the company, at least as soon as he is wished out of it led. Much oftener by little things than by great ones less one has to do. The less time one finds to do it, in let me see more of you in your letters, let them quietly enjoy their errors in taste. Let nobody discover that you do know your own value, let nothing pass, till you understand it. Let blockheads read what blockheads wrote Life of Ignorance, is not only a very contemptible, but tiresome listlessness and indolence are always blamable little minds, mistake little objects for great ones little failings and weaknesses loud laughter, is the mirth of the mob love with him. Who they think is the most in love with them, loved without being despised, and feared without being hated low company, most falsely and impudently, call pleasure low buffoonery, or silly accidents, that always excite laughter Luther's disappointed avarice Machiavel, made him believe that the world was made for him make a great difference between companions and friends make himself whatever he pleases. Except a good poet make yourself necessary, make every man I met with like me. And every woman love me man is dishonored by not resenting an affront man or woman, cannot resist an engaging exterior man of sense may be in haste, but can never be in a hurry man who is only good on holidays, is good for very little mangles. What he means to carve manner is full as important as the matter manner of doing things, is often more important manners, must adorn knowledge many things which seem extremely probable, are not true many are very willing. And very few able mastery of one's temper may you live as long as you are fit to live, but no longer. May you rather die before you cease to be fit to live may not forget with ease what you have with difficulty, learned Mazarin and Lewis. The 14th riveted the shackles meditation and reflection mere reason, and good sense is never to be talked to a mob merit, and good breeding will make their way everywhere method mistimes, or misplaces everything mitigating. Engaging words do by no means weaken your argument mob. Understanding they have collectively none moderation with your enemy's modesty is the only sure bait when you angle for praise money. The cause of much mischief more people have ears to be tickled, than understandings to judge more one sees, the less one either wonders or admires more you know, the modester you should be more one works, the more willing one is to work mortifying inferiority in knowledge, rank. Fortune most people enjoy the inferiority of their best friends most long talkers, single out some one unfortunate man in company most ignorant are, as usual, the boldest conjecturers most people have ears, but few have judgment. Tickle those ears, much sooner forgive an injustice than an insult my own health varies, as usual, but never deviates into good mystical nonsense name that we leave behind at one place, often gets before us. National honor and interest have been sacrificed to private necessity of scrupulously preserving the appearances, neglect them in little things. They will leave you in great negligence of it, implies an indifference about pleasing neither know nor care. When I die, for I am very weary neither abilities or words enough to call a coach neither retail, nor receive scandal willingly, never would know anything that he had not a mind to know, never read history. Without having maps, never affect the character, in which you have a mind to shine, never implicitly adopt a character, upon common fame, never seek for wit. If it presents itself, well and good, never to speak of yourself at all, never slattern away 1 minute in idleness, never quit a subject, till you are thoroughly master of it, never maintain an argument with heat and clamor, never seem wiser, nor more learned, than the people you are with, never saw a froward child mended by whipping, never to trust implicitly to the informations of others nipped in the bud, no great regard for human testimony, no man is to stray with the man he fears, or the woman he loves, no one feels pleasure, who does not at the same time give it not tumble, but slide gently to the bottom of the hill of life, not to communicate, prematurely, one's hopes or one's fears, not only pure, but, like Caesar's wife, unsuspected, not make their want still worse by grieving and regretting them, not making use of any one capital letter, not to admire anything too much, not 1 minute of the day, in which you do nothing at all, notes, by which dances are now pricked down as well as tunes, nothing in courts, is exactly as it appears to be nothing much worth either desiring or fearing, nothing so precious as time, and so irrecoverable when lost. Observe. Without being thought an observer, often more necessary, to conceal contempt than resentment, often necessary. Not to manifest all one feels, often necessary, to seem ignorant of what one knows, oftener led by their hearts than by their understandings. Old fellow ought to seem wise, whether he really be so or not. One must often yield, in order to prevail, only doing one thing at a time, only because she will not, and not because she cannot, only solid and lasting peace. Between a man and his wife, our understandings are generally the dupes of our hearts, our frivolous dissertations upon the weather, or upon whist out of livery, which makes them both impertinent and useless. Outward air of modesty, to all he does overvalue what we do not know. Oysters are only in season in the months, passes for a wit, though he hath certainly no uncommon share. Patience is the only way not to make bad worse. Patient toleration of certain airs of superiority, pay your own reckoning, but do not treat the whole company, pay them with compliments, but not with confidence. People never desire all till they have gotten a great deal. People lose a great deal of time by reading. People will repay, and with interest too, in attention. People angling for praise. People hate those who make them feel their own inferiority. Perfection of everything that is worth doing at all. Perseverance has surprising effects. Person to you, whom I am very indifferent about, I mean myself, pettish. Pouting conduct is a great deal too young. Petty jury, plain notions of right and wrong planted while young, that degree of knowledge now my refuge. Please all who are worth pleasing. Offend none. Please to some degree, by showing a desire to please, pleased with him, by making them first pleased with themselves. Pleasing in company is the only way of being pleased in yourself. Pleasure and business with equal in attention. Pleasure is necessarily reciprocal. Pleasure is the rock which most young people split upon. Pleasures do not commonly last so long as life. Pocket all your knowledge with your watch polite, but without the troublesome forms and stiffness. Politicians neither love nor hate, prefer useful to frivolous conversations. Prejudices are our mistress's pride, remembers it forever. Pride of being the first of the company. Prudent reserve, public speaking, put out your time, but to good interest. Quarrel with them when they are grown up, for being spoiled. Quietly cherished error, instead of seeking for truth. Read my eyes out every day, that I may not hang myself. Read with caution and distrust real merit of any kind will be discovered. Real friendship is a slow grower. Reason ought to direct the whole, but seldom does reason, which always ought to direct mankind. Seldom does receive them with great civility, but with great incredulity reciprocally profess wishes, which they seldom form. Recommend pleasure to you. Like an Epicurean recommends self-conversation to all authors, refuge of people who have neither wit nor invention of their own, refuse more gracefully than other people could grant repeating represent. But do not pronounce reserve with your friends' respect, without timidity respectful, without meanness. Easy without too much familiarity return you the ball, et la volley. Rich man never borrows. Richelieu came and shackled the nation Rochefoucault, who, I am afraid, paints man very exactly Rochefoucault rough corners, which mere nature has given to the smoothest ruined their own son, by what they called loving him same coolness, and unconcern in any and every company scandal. Receiver is always thought, as bad as the thief. Scarce any flattery is too gross for them to swallow. Scarcely any body who is absolutely good for nothing scrupled no means to obtain his ends secret. Without being dark and mysterious secrets, see what you see. And to hear what you hear, seem to like and approve of everything, at first seeming frankness, with a real reserve, seeming inattention to the person who is speaking to you, seeming openness. Is prudent, seems to have no opinion of his own, seldom, a misfortune. To be childless self-love draws a thick veil between us and our faults, sentimentmongers' sentiments, that were never felt, pompously described serious, without being dull settled here for good. As it is called Shakespeare, she has all the reading that a woman should have. She who conquers only catches a tartar. She has uncommon sense and knowledge for a woman. Shepherds and ministers are both men. Silence in love betrays more woe. Singularity is only pardonable in old age. 6 or at most 7 hours sleep. Smile where you cannot strike. Some complacence and attention to fools is prudent. Some men pass their whole time in doing nothing. Something or other is to be got out of everybody. Something must be said, but that something must be nothing sooner forgive an injury than an insult. So jealousies among one's enemies spare the persons, while you lash the crimes. Speaking to himself in the glass stamp act has proved a most pernicious measure. Stamp duty, which our colonists absolutely refuse to pay. State your difficulties whenever you have any steady assurance. With seeming modesty, studied and elaborate dress of the ugliest women in the world. Style is the dress of thought. Success turns much more upon manner than matter. Sure guide is he who has often gone the road which you want. To suspicion of age, no woman, let her be ever so old, ever forgive swearing. Tacitus, take the hue of the company you are with. Take characters, as they do most things, upon trust. Take, rather than give, the tone of the company you are in. Take nothing for granted. Upon the bare authority of the author taking up adventitious, proves their want of intrinsic merit. Talent of hating with good breeding and loving with prudence. Talk often, but never long. Talk sillily upon a subject of other people's. Talk of natural affection is talking nonsense. Talking of either your own or other people's domestic affairs. Tell me whom you live with, and I will tell you who you are. Tell stories very seldom. The longest life is too short for knowledge. The present moments are the only ones we are sure of. The best have something bad, and something little. The worst have something good, and sometimes something great. There are many avenues to every man. They thought I informed, because I pleased them. Thin veil of modesty drawn before vanity. Think to atone by zeal for their want of merit and importance. Think yourself less well than you are, in order to be quite so. Thinks himself much worse than he is thoroughly, not superficially. Those who remarkably affect anyone virtue, those whom you can make like themselves, better. 3 passions that often put honesty to most severe trials: timidity and diffidence. To be heard with success, you must be heard with pleasure. To be pleased, one must please to govern mankind. One must not overrate them to seem to have forgotten what one remembers. To know people's real sentiments, I trust much more to my eyes. To great caution, you can join seeming frankness and openness. Too like and too exact a picture of human nature. Trifle only with triflers, and be serious only with the serious. Trifles that concern you are not trifles to me. Trifling parts, with their little jargon, trite jokes, and loud laughter, reduce him to a buffoon. Truth, but not the whole truth, must be the invariable principal truth. Leaves no room for compliments. Unaffected silence upon that subject is the only true medium. Unguarded frankness unintelligible to his readers, and sometimes to himself unopened, because one title in 20 has been omitted unwilling and forced. It will never please. Use palliatives when you contradict. Useful sometimes to see the things which one ought to avoid. Value of moments, when cast up, is immense. Vanity, interest, and absurdity always display vanity, that source of many of our follies. Warm and young thanks, Not old and cold ones water drinkers can write nothing good we love to be pleased better than to be informed. We have many of those useful prejudices in this country we shall be feared, if we do not show that we fear well dressed. Not finely dressed what pleases you in others, will in general please them in you what displeases, or pleases you in others what you feel pleases you in them. What have I done today? What is impossible, and what is only difficult, whatever pleases you most in others, whatever is worth doing at all, is worth doing well, whatever one must do. One should do, de bonne grace. Whatever real merit you have, other people will discover when well dressed for the day. Think no more of it afterward, where one would gain people. Remember that nothing is little who takes warning by the fate of others. Wife, very often heard indeed, but seldom minded, will not so much as hint at our follies, will pay very dear for the quarrels and ambition of a few. Wish you, my dear friend, as many happy New Years as you deserve. Wit may created any admirers, but makes few friends. Witty without satire or commonplace woman like her, who is always pleased, and often been pleased. Women are the only refiners of the merit of men. Women choose their favorites more by the ear. Women are all so far Machiavellian's words. Are the dress of thought's world is taken by the outside of things, would not tell what she did not know, wrapped up and absorbed in their abstruse speculations, writing anything that may deserve to be read. Writing what may deserve to be read. Wrongs are often forgiven, but contempt never is yielded. Commonly without conviction you must be respectable. If you will be respected, you had much better hold your tongue than them. Young people are very apt to overrate both men and things. Young fellow ought to be wiser than he should seem to be. Young men are as apt to think themselves wise enough. Your merit and your manners can alone raise your character. There, whatever it is, will get before you hear. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of the PG edition of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son by the Earl of Chesterfield.